process known as CSI Retain, which is involving some more rigorous interventions for those schools. The exit criteria for the schools that are CSI and ATSI was greatly simplified through the addendum. The original ESSA plan, as it was approved, required that schools were to show continuous improvement for 2 consecutive years. We were able to change that through the addendum to show improvement from the time that they were originally identified. The idea is to show improvement over a period of time, and we felt that was a very good measure to show if you're better off now after 3 years of implementing a plan than you were when you started, well, you've sustained some improvement over those 3 years. And then lastly, the graduation rate and the English language proficiency have long-term goals and measures of interim progress associated with them. Due to the 2-year loss of accountability measures for the COVID pandemic, we were allowed to shift the timeline on those long-term goals and measures of interim progress forward by 2 years. So essentially what that meant was the goal for the progress of English language proficiency that was to be met in 2020 became our goal for 2022. And these are all changes that our schools are familiar with. All of those changes in the first 4 headings were part of the federal accountability system this fall. This is all information our schools and LEAs are familiar with and what we've already worked with. The additional change to our ESSA plan that it was not part of the addendum is the establishment of new long-term goals and measures of interim progress for academic achievement. As everyone is well aware, we are now in the 3rd administration of the new ACAP, the DRC Summative and Alternate Assessments, and because of that, we are establishing new long-term goals and measures of interim progress for achievement based on the 2021-2022 school year data. And we have those here for you. These will be a part of the amendment that will be sent in to the federal government that's be out for public comment beginning today. As you can see, when it comes to English language arts, we had a baseline data in 2021-2022 of 47.38%. Our long-term goals and measures of interim progress for achievement are based on unweighted academic achievement data. So this is the percentage of students who scored at level 3 and 4 for English language arts. The same process goes for mathematics. You can see our baseline data that we're working with in mathematics for 21-22 was a 27.36 overall proficiency for those students scoring at levels 3 and 4. And finally, a combined proficiency. We also have to set goals and targets for that as well. This past fall, 37.35. You'll notice that the long-term goal that we are establishing is based on the 2034-2035 school year. That is a 13-year goal because that would be the educational lifespan of one of our children enrolling in kindergarten until they were to graduate from school in the 12th grade. So we spaced that out over 13 years. The methodology has not changed. The original ESSA plan stated that our goal would be to reduce by 50% the percentage of non-proficient students. We utilize the same methodology. Again, it's what our schools are familiar with. It's what we've been working with. We just applied a new baseline year because we have a new data set from a new assessment. And that is, very briefly, what will be included in our ESSA amendment. It goes out for public comment today. As a 30-day public comment period. We'll be accepting comments through May the 15th. And after May the 15th, we'll take a look at the comments we've received from our stakeholders, take a look back through our ESSA amendment. We'll take all of those things into consideration, and we'll ship it off to Washington, D.C. and seek their approval to go forward for this fall in 2023.
One question, please.
Yes,
Let's go back to the last slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the baseline for English language arts math proficiency for those that are scoring, you said at level 3 or 4.
Yes, ma'am.
For 2021-2022 was, we had 37.35.
Yes, ma'am, when you combine them together.
For 22-23, when combined together, based upon the target, we had 50.61, or?
That should have been our target this year. In the current ESSA plan,
okay,
we were shooting for 50.61.
So once we get the scores, we'll see where we are. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, ma'am. We're establishing new baselines.
Oh, this is the baseline. Okay.
Right. The new baseline starts at 37.35.
Okay.
We included the column that's headed in yellow so you could see what our goal was had we not changed assessments. But since we've changed assessments and reestablished a baseline, our goal for this fall is actually going to be this number here, the 44.50. Pardon me. This number right here is the 3735. This is our first baseline data. We only have to do our target reporting every 3 years. So 3 years from now, we hope to have a 44.58 as our target if this is approved.
Right.
As our target. We were to have reported out this fall, and this is a target we should have reported out on, but due to new baselines, that report will not come out until 24-25. We'll have a 3-year period before we report whether or not we met or did not meet our target.
Because remember the interim test, we went from the ACTS SPY to the Scantron.
Right.
And the Scantron students showed really high proficiency, but it was the only test we had. So USDOE and our schools knew that eventually, when we got to I better be careful what I say, when we changed tests, that we would have to set a baseline based on a test that was aligned to our standards.
Okay.
Let's leave it that way.
And that's what we are.
And that's where we're at based on 21-22 data.
Okay.
And again, we have to report out on a measure of interim progress, and our plan states that we will do that every 3 years. So in the fall of 25, based on the data from the 24-25 school year, the state as a whole should have a combined proficiency of no less than 44.58 if we're meeting all of our targets going forward.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We're just trying to show a comparable to what would have been.
Ben.
Yes, ma'am?
I have just a question and perspective. I think that Dr. Mackey's already pretty much mentioned and outlined. Over the years, I think everyone in this room has seen all of the changes that have come from Washington. And in 28 years, the number of presidents with each one, limited by term, can't run forever, but every time we see a change in what is required for the states, and Washington certainly changes just like our assessments have changed over the years. And when you carry it out 13 years, 2035, I'm not going to tell you how old I am at that time, but, and I don't bet, but I would imagine that there will be a number of changes coming out of DC. So we're being, I guess we're following what they're requiring us to do at this point.
And if you'll notice the bottom of every slide, every presentation we do for accountability contains that tagline for that reason.
Yes, and I think that's significant because we look at it now, but I don't see us carrying it forward too long, but I appreciate your work on it.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Well, there's certainly a chance the ESEA itself will be up for reauthorization between now and then, probably twice. And so, just like every time they change the law, things may change. But as you said, for now, we're following what the current law.
And they give it a different tag, a name.
Right, different names, SNL.
And I think Dr. Mackey's correct. The last iteration that we're working on was signed into law in 2015. And so 8 years, that I'm sure someone in Washington's ready to take a look again.
But you did what you're supposed to do. I mean,
Yes, ma'am.
what states are required to do.
Anybody else? So it's open for comment. If you see other things, please send those comments to us. You can send them directly to Mr. Markman. He'll get them over there. But it'll end up being Paul Bonner right there.
And there is a
questions.
Yes, sir. There is a link on the press release to an email that comes directly to me as part of the accountability system, and we'll receive all of those comments from the public.
Ms. Washington.
Okay, if there are no questions with that, we'll go to the next item, if that is okay with you, Dr. Mackey.
With me.
All right, this particular item is dealing with our school performance, the legislative school performance recognition schools that we're very excited about because Alabama Act 2012-402, the actual law, has in it not only the grading system, but also recognition as it relates to the schools. So we are at the point now where we will be having the opportunity for those schools who have demonstrated high performance by being ranked as part of the top 25% of schools within the state, looking at their overall grades. And along with those schools who have demonstrated exemplary progress in improving as it relates to schools throughout the state, we're at a point now where it's time to recognize those schools, and that will actually take place next month. So not only are we excited about this, we know that they will be excited about this opportunity as well. You know, it's always good to hear some positive out of something, and it's about time for us to hear that positive. So we are excited about this, and we just wanted to make certain that you were aware that this will happen on next month, and looking at the specific schools overall, who they would be.
Thank you. I see a very high percentage from my district, the one I represent actually, Austin, District 3. And I do agree with you. I think it's nice to have those that are in the top 25%, because in the past, many of the programs that have put in place in the state have only recognized those who, and it's a good thing to do as well. And I see this, the most improved schools. And so it's good to see both being recognized. Is the Legislative School Performance Recognition Program, is that the name given to the program by the legislature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, and so if I could, let me ask y'all, so one of the things, we had a little discussion internally here. So it is in the law. They did call it the Legislative School Recognition Program. So there is, so I'd like to know what the board would like to do. Now, we could certainly do a resolution and recognize these schools. We could invite them to come, like at the June meeting. That, of course, summer is hard to get to. In May, we'll have the Teachers of the Year, and that's a big thing. But we could do something kind of like what we did Purple Star Schools today. But it's a legislative recognition program, so I wanted to hear from y'all what you would like to do. But the last time we were able to do this, and of course during the pandemic we did not recognize these schools, and one year we didn't test, we just had all these issues. But the last time we did it, we did have we had a recognition for them in the auditorium. There, I think, am I thinking of the right thing? But it was.
But they got their money.
And they got, and they got a check. They get a little check with it. And we probably had about half the schools that came that day, but we did it like on a Friday morning. We didn't do it in conjunction with the board meeting, because that was pre-pandemic. So just what would your pleasure be? If you'd like to do it in conjunction with the board meeting, if you would like, we can. If you'd like to do it, if you'd like us to prepare a resolution, we can do that too. Of course, we could do it in May. It's not like the resolution will, you know, it'll be a pretty straightforward resolution, so we can go ahead and prepare it and get it out next week to you if you want to do that. But kind of, what is y'all's pleasure?
I think it would be nice to recognize them, so let's recognize them and then also do a resolution.
Okay.
Could you also put this information out in your midweek communication?
Yes. Sure will. We wanted you to see it first. Nobody's seen it. We've not even shared it with the legislature, I don't think. We wanted you to see it first. Then we'll share it with the legislature, and we'll get it to the schools.
So we're saying in May.
Well, it's public now, but
we
yes,
don't recognize them.
is that what y'all would like to do in May? It's going to be much more difficult to get them back here in June.
Yeah,
Yes.
give them a break.
Okay. So we'll invite these folks down
In May.
in May.
Dr. Mackey, would we want to invite the legislators from that area as well?
Good idea.
Very good idea. Yes, ma'am. Miss Tina, right note over there. We will do that. Great.
That may be most of the legislatures in the state.
Well, that's good.
That's
Well,
okay.
and they'll still be in session in May, so that'd be good. Whereas they might in June. I don't know for sure if they'll be in session that day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that'll be great.
So that is actually the end of our superintendent updates, with the exception of cybersecurity. We had another cyber issue that's made a lot of news, and so we have an update from the Supercomputer Authority, but they're not coming until after this afternoon, like at 2 o'clock. So what I would suggest, it's a minute of 11. Let's go on up, hear the, or actually it's the dance team, not here. See our dance team. Go straight to lunch, come back at 12:30, And then what I think, Dr. Reynolds, we would be able to just jump straight to board questions for that 12:30 to 1:15 period, and then we're expecting the senators to get here about 1:15. That
The
sounds okay?
cybersecurity are gonna be here
They are gonna be here at 1:15 also, because our senators, if they get caught up and they're not able to come or have to delay, the supercomputer authority is gonna be ready to go after lunch. And Mike could even go at 12:30, to be
at,
honest with you,
if they're ready to go, we might do that.
Okay, we could do that first. I'll
That's what I
find
did.
them. I know
I saw
Mr. Hill
them.
was here earlier, so he's
One of them
somewhere
spoke
around.
to me, so
He may have gone over to the legislature, because I told him it'd be after lunch, but I'll give him a call, we'll make sure he's back. We can do that.
And where are the dance team from?
Some questions. He
Paul
might-
Bryant.
Paul Bryant
Right.
School
In Alberta.
That's right.
in Alberta,
In
in
Alberta.
Tuscaloosa. So it's Alberta
Alberta.
Middle School and Paul Bryant High School.
we're adjourned at 12:30.
The city, yes, sir. Okay,
And recess till 12:30.
it is, yes. Yeah, it's the one right downtown. Used to be west, wasn't it called west or something?
My brother's
loudly as the governor does, but it is now 12:30 hours, and we have the presentation from the cybersecurity supercomputer program, and I will introduce Carrie Hill. This program is funded by the state. It's located in the Research Park in Madison, Huntsville. Without any further delay, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. My name is Carrie Hill. I'm the Director of Governmental Affairs for the Alabama Supercomputer Authority, and what we do, and I'll be brief on this, what we do, it's brief, but it's in-depth. What we do is provide internet access, we provide firewalls, we have a security operations center. We also offer a lot of other things that school systems do. We provide that to K-12, public libraries, community colleges, non-PhD universities, and then we have high-performance computing, which is storage for graduate level top 4 universities, UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and USA. So it's a big deal, and just for a 30,000 foot, look down on what we do, that's it. But we're here today to talk about cybersecurity and how important it is, and everybody on this table, on this panel knows, and even in the crowd knows. You read it every day, whether it's in school or in the private sector or wherever it is. It's there, and it's always going to be there. But I want you to understand what we do. We're education only. So we don't run fiber. We don't do anything like that. We lease it from the cable telcos, electrical co-ops, and we do a great job working with them. Everybody has a say in the game. Dr. Mackey, Dr. Reynolds have been to our facility in Huntsville. It's very, very impressive, and we're real proud of that. And we do a good job with it. A couple of years ago, 10 years ago, we weren't making much of we were in the education budget. We didn't make much of a stink about getting our money or anything like that because Dr. Mackey gets it all. And but we're so glad to be a part of it now and to help him and Governor Ivey and the students across the state do what they need to do to get educated. So with that, at this point, I'd like to introduce you to Victor Rodriguez. He runs our Security Operations Center, which is the SOC, acronym SOC, and everybody's got 4,000 acronyms in their head every day. But Victor, if you don't mind.
Before Victor says, can I say this too? He did mention, Carrie's great. He and Deborah Wallace are super to work with. But he mentioned Dr. Reynolds and I have both been to the SOC. You are all welcome to go, either as a group or individually, and you have to go to Huntsville. But it is a very impressive place, and they would love to host you up there. If you can make a special trip for it, or if you're in Huntsville for something else and just would like to go by and cut out. I would cut a couple of hours out of my time. If you didn't have that much, I'm sure they'll make it work. But it is worth seeing. To the point that Dr. Reynolds and I, after we got to go, even talked about trying to have like a meeting up there or something so people could just see it. But anyway, just so everybody knows, it's kind of in a secret place. I couldn't find it again unless they gave me the address, but it's in a building. It's just, you wouldn't know what's inside unless you went in, but everybody's welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mackey. Anybody in this room?
I've been twice, actually.
Yeah. And
I went with another group, and And there's a reason you don't see the building, Dr. Mackey. There's a lot of buildings that you drove by, there's a lot of stuff going on that you don't need to know about.
Well, good. Well, thank you for that and those kind words. And if you guys are ready, Victor's ready to rock and roll and make this happen. And we're just going to show you what we do, all right? And you guys will better understand how we serve the state and K-12. So, Victor.
Thank you, Kerry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor Rodriguez. As you heard, I run the Security Operations Center for the Alabama Supercomputer Authority. What I have before you on all of these televisions is a just simple slide deck, but really emphasizes the core concept of what Alabama Supercomputer Authority provides to school districts and everything that Kerry has mentioned, which is the overall concept that you hear in technology when it comes to cybersecurity, as much defense in depth as possible, right? You'll hear me say that phrase a couple of different times, and just as a preface, before I continue with any of these slides, should you have any questions at any point in time during my presentation, please feel free to ask them. I will also provide time at the end of it to answer your questions as well. Kerry stated it well, and I'm sure you've all heard it, be it on the news as well as in a multitude of other places. Cybersecurity, or security in general, is always an afterthought. It is never something that organizations across the United States, from federal agencies down, place as the highest importance when it comes to their operations. Why? Because business is business, operations are operations, and then the security element starts creeping in to say, well, how should we do things differently? However, throughout the United States and throughout the world, cyber attacks, cyber crime, cyber everything is ongoing. And it takes, I believe the old colloquial adage is, it takes a village, right? It's the same concept with this. It takes one attacker anywhere to orchestrate a successful attack, whereas it takes a multitude of individuals working diligently to prepare, prevent, contain, and then eradicate anything like that. So the ratio itself is quite disproportionate. You're looking at any person in some basement or some very sophisticated, laboratory can wreak a lot of havoc on organizations such as schools, the healthcare industry, and various others. Whereas it takes all of us in this room, people like me, people like the staff that I've trained, and school districts, all of their staffing, to actually work together in order to try to prevent something. So I'll just start off with this first slide. I'll go over very briefly about who is the Security Operations Center K through 12. Then I will go over the summary of cybersecurity services that we offer to the school districts. That's going to be cybersecurity awareness training, tools used for our indicators of compromise analysis, external uncredentialed scans, firewall reviews and updates, and then we'll head into the conclusion. And I just went through this index here really quickly, but I'll cover everything in depth. All right, so formed in the summer of 2020 to support cybersecurity efforts, as I mentioned before, organizations, whether it's one of your favorite places that you eat at restaurants, shopping, whatever the case is, I promise you, cybersecurity is an afterthought, right? It's what do I do? Because it costs money, it costs time, it costs effort in order to do these processes over and over every single day. It requires not just purchasing the best equipment and then suddenly moving on with life. It requires updating those equipment. It requires individuals specifically trained for and understanding and spending 8 hours or more per day looking at the same exact thing and making the necessary changes. So free services offered and tailored through our agreement for service form. As of 2022, we had 111 school districts who renewed the service. Originally, we had one from 2020 to 2022. And then in 2022, we just did the renewal process. This next point right here, we provide support Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And as you can tell there, I've underlined including holidays and school breaks, because a portion of this presentation is what I also provide to school district technology coordinators, directors, etc. We may work 8 to 5, but our systems, our processes, our technologies are working 24/7, right? And I emphasize the holidays and school breaks because what do we see often in the school industry or in the school sector? Holidays, right? 3-day weekends, 4-day weekends, summer breaks, people just taking vacation as they're supposed to. So we provide a service throughout the entire year for them. Right? We provide this monitoring that I'm going to mention. We're going to provide all of our technology, all of our expertise, essentially 24/7. And then also, when it comes to my staff, there's never a holiday or vacation day that is not covered by one of us. So there's always someone there receiving the alert, knowing how to proceed through that plan. We can always be reached at SOC K-12 team at asc.edu, as well as through our help desk, and they'll route to us. Our team is, as the phrase goes, small but mighty, right? So we have, aside from me, we have 3 SOC analysts or cybersecurity analysts. Matthew, Austin, Helena. We have 2 firewall engineers, Jennifer and Daniel, and 1 network engineer, Jason. Combined, all of us provide very specific tailored services that I've discussed here, and I'll go over in further depth. And all have a multitude of different types of experience as well as education and understanding on this. So when I went over the 4 major services offered, I just really want to emphasize before moving on to this next one. This first cybersecurity awareness training for K-12 school faculty and staff is absolutely paramount and something that in the technology industry is not being, I would say, recognized enough. As we progress in modernity with the different technologies, different positions, etc., what stands to bear is that the weakest link in that chain is the human element. You can purchase a $7 million piece of equipment. However, what we're seeing in terms of trends when it comes to cybercrime and cyber activity is most organizations start going down because one of their users received an email with a link, an email with an attachment. And that alone is the foothold needed to get inside the network. So you could have the best perimeter across the building, like in, for example, this building, line it up with security guards, but that email is one security guard saying, oh yeah, that's fine, come on in here. And all the protection's gone, right? So it's the human element, the emails, it's social engineering, right? And the news don't always focus on this as much, but it's the reality of the cybercrime ways now. Social engineering, whether it's receiving a text message, whether it's somebody calling someone else and saying, hey, I really need this, I'm so-and-so, this needs to happen now. There's a multitude of different ways. But the human element is unfortunately the weakest link in the chain. So the cybersecurity awareness training that we provides, we'll go over that. We've got 2 different platforms, but it's guided to faculty and staff so that throughout the year, the people responsible for technology in their school districts actually can provide phishing testing and education in terms of very fun and exciting modules, right? Nobody wants to watch the same video over and over again. I think we've been there before. But a multitude of different things that are constantly prevalent so that teacher, the nurse at the school, whomever it is, has at least the understanding to say, with repetition of course, no, I'm not going to open this. No, I'm not going to click that. No, I'm not going to accept a phone call from some person because they're telling me it's urgent. Additionally, our next point is the K-12 Operations Center support. We'll go over that in detail, specifically with the tools we use. But as you've heard me say a couple of different times, the tools alone are great, but you need the people to use them, to know how to use them, to recurringly take that information and then do something with it, correct? Then we'll go into the monthly external vulnerability scanning. It is a very long name there, but it is a practical solution. Then our firewall reviews and updates. As I mentioned before, defense in depth is what every organization needs in order to succeed. You cannot just have one solution or one person involved in the entire process and hope that you will have a success rate. It requires as much barriers, or pardon me for the hand gestures, but you're trying to create that little defense in depth so that even if you can get into the top layer or ring, now you've got the next one, and then you've got the next one, and you keep going that way, in or out. Again, these services are free to the school districts, right, which is, I will say it at this point in time, it's very common for people to say, I can do it myself in any organization I've ever worked, as well as in the federal law enforcement side of it. It is, I can do this on my own, and I have the money and the resources to do so. However, the reality is, like I mentioned, especially if it's free, take it, use it. It's less work for you, it's something that you couldn't do, etc. And that's why I always stress when conversing with school districts, these services are free. They're not meant to replace any aspect of what you're doing or your expertise. They are meant to complement what you are doing. They're meant to support you. They are meant to help you. They are meant to be that additional staffing that isn't going to take the day off or be on vacation, right? So this is just a brief glimpse at the cybersecurity training that we provide. We provide license and seats for faculty and staff specifically. We want everybody at that school district who has access to a computer in some kind of administrative or adult role to have the training necessary and the understanding, because aside from seeing it on TV or in a movie, we all forget, right? If it's not our role, we're not going to be 100% versed on what it is, how often it happens, how we do everything, etc. The two that we selected were know before training and threat advice. You'll just see those two screenshots on there. But again, it's helping schools also procure and maintain grant funding, as well as the very necessary training that complements the modern attack landscape, right, which is the human element. Our SOC tools, what I've got on here is just our next generation Palo Alto firewalls. I'll go over that in just a moment. And then our security information and event management, or as it's referred to, a SIM. That takes logs, takes information from different devices, aggregates it, applies that machine learning, applies a multitude of different things. So when it comes to threat monitoring, we aggregate and analyze logs from 100 plus K through 12 firewalls throughout the state in real time. We use the Palo Alto next generation firewalls. We also feed that into our security information and event management tool. And although these are very long names and very specific tools, essentially what they do is they're at the perimeters, and then there are specific tools where I'll show you some of the functionality in just a moment with some screenshots. But it gives us the opportunity to not only rely on some extraordinarily impressive technology in the software and what these companies provide, but then for us to update it on a daily basis based off of what we're seeing real time and what other intelligence organizations from federal, state, and multi-state are providing, right? Because everyone has to help everyone else in order to combat that one person. So this is just an example of the panorama. It's the management center. What you'll see there is you'll see a lot of different categories. You'll see different numbers such as 26.2 million. What I'd like to emphasize about this is the management console where we can see all of the information that's coming in and out. There's a lot of variety to it. But what makes the Palo Alto next generation firewalls amazing as well is they provide threat subscriptions, meaning that another team of professionals is constantly going through different types of malware, different types of threats, identifying exactly what makes them nefarious, and then inputting them into the code of those appliances and distributing them to every single owner in the United States. And then that allows this to automatically identify and start blocking things on its own based off of extraordinarily relevant and modern techniques and tactics. So this is a good example of how in just one day you're looking at, it's identified, say on the top line, a SIP register request attempt, and it's showing the count is 26.2 million. That's connection attempts, that's in just one day, right? So there's a lot of traffic that's going through there. Also in the threat subscription that we have purchased, as I've said, it identifies all the different types of malware, precursors to ransomware, etc. that are out there that every organization in the United States has to deal with. And it's got a team, as well as ours, who is constantly going through the information and then uploading it so that it automatically will drop it, will refuse that connection, will do a lot of different things so that the school district, as well as other staff members, do not have to do anything on it.
I have one question.
Yes.
Just say an alert comes through from one of the systems. Does it like go beep, beep, beep and let you know immediately, or is it in your perusal of what's going on that you pick up the detection of something's wrong?
So for this one specifically, it would be the latter.
Okay.
Right. For the next one I will show you, it will be the beep beep.
Okay.
It's sending that
Danger,
alert.
danger, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That sort of thing.
Right, thank you.
I am interested in the information leak under threat category. So your threats have different categories. Can you tell me that botnet I assume that's information leak, like information is leaving a district, or is it coming into the district? Tell me
Sure.
what that.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. The threat category itself just is a categorization of the different types of activities that could be harmful, whether it's something like what is referred to as a botnet, meaning like computers that are programmed to do an activity, or information leak, meaning that this type of threat, because of its misconfiguration or vulnerability, would allow a malicious actor to then obtain additional information that he or she would not be able to do on their own, right? It's quite specific to leaking the information, right? Where it's visible when it should not be. There's different types of categories: code execution, info leak, botnet. There's a multitude of different ones. The name themselves on that second column, I believe, like where it says Mosey and various others, that is the unique strain or the unique vulnerability that has been identified because of its signatures as well as other information, where we can then start gaining more information through intelligence sources, our own research, and then provide a school district the exact thing that is troubling that system. So
I'm going to interrupt one thing, because state auditor is here at my request to scan or do whatever he can to validate our equipment. And the former state auditor, I think, is with us too. So, Andrew, I see you got your staff.
Yes.
You told me as a relationship, you would come and scan like our computers if you have not already sent a picture in. So what do you want to do?
Yeah, thank you for letting
I'm
us.
interrupting.
I didn't want to interrupt, but thank you since you did. We'll
I
take
said
the opportunity.
1 o'clock and you're 6 minutes early. So.
Good to see my friends on Supercomputer Authority coming to see y'all on May the 12th. Looking forward to that visit very much. You get 2 auditors for the price of 1 today. Jim Ziegler, my predecessor, is here and did a fantastic job preparing the office for the transition, even cleaned the carpet for me before I moved in. So, appreciate that very much. Chief of Staff Hope Scarborough is here, and then Jared from my office is here. He's going to actually be the one doing the scanning. But you know, the auditor's office, we know people don't like to see the auditor coming, right?
Amen.
We get that. We want to make this as painless as possible. So when Wayne called me and said, well, we'll just come to your meeting. We'll make it as easy as we can on you. So if anybody hasn't had their state property worth $500 or more scanned by our office, we will be happy to do that now. Take just a second and Jared can do that. So do y'all know offhand which of y'all we need to actually scan? I know Wayne, Okay, Stephanie Bell.
No, I don't have one.
Okay.
And Ms. Bell doesn't have one. Even if you've got a state computer and it's not been scanned, you're gonna need to scan it. It's got a, they've scanned mine already, but it's got a code like this on it. And all they have, they don't have to open it, look at things, they just need to scan that
Yep, that's all
code
we need to do.
and show that it's the computer that was issued to you.
I didn't know it needed to be scanned, but you're welcome to
There you
scan
go.
it.
All right.
If you sent the picture, do you need to?
Yeah, some of you already sent a picture in to Miss Nora, and then she took that and did the scan.
That's correct, yeah.
So,
If you did that, you should be fine, but it won't hurt to rescan immediately. Okay, just to be real sure.
All right,
Had everything logged in and sent it
I thought you were ready to scan.
I think you just pull an app up. Okay, well, we can also snap photos of the tags. Just punch them manually. Okay. All right, we're gonna do this the quick way. I'm gonna take photos of the tags. You got it?
And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind while they're doing that, our CEO, Deborah Wallace, just came in. She's been at a doctor's appointment. Crystal Malin is our COO for the Alabama Supercomputer Authority. And then we have Eric Dorr right here as our program manager. I just wanted you to know that these are the minds right here, not right here. So
We'll trust you.
Okay.
they'll field your questions.
So the others like Austin, and they're back at the office, right?
Yes,
And we're bringing everyone.
that's right.
No, we're not bringing everybody.
Cybersecurity.
Yeah, right, they're diligently working.
We're safe.
Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations to our new state auditor.
Yes, thank you for coming.
And the auditor, I guess we can call him Auditor Emeritus, Mr. Ziegler.
Yes, does he know someone? Does Jim, does Mr. Ziegler know
Ms.
someone?
Ziegler may not want to know. It's her prerogative. I said,
Yes, Mr. Ziegler.
I introduced him.
so she can cancel that.
All right, thank you very much.
While Mr. Auditor's here, I will say this, y'all know, it is a huge job. Hope has been in that office for a long time. They not only scan computers, but like in this building, every piece of furniture, these chairs you're sitting in also all have a tag. And so it's tens of thousands of things that they keep up with, not just this department.
We have 1.3 billion of state-owned property, 286,000 inventory items. There's 19,222 desks in Alabama worth $500 more, in case anybody was wondering. So we track it all. I got asked that question, and I didn't know it, so I had to go look the answer up. So.
Thank you, Mr. Sorrell, for
Thank
your
y'all.
time
Appreciate it.
and accommodations
See
for
y'all.
me as personally. And how's the future baby coming along?
Due in less than 2 months, so we're going to be living in a family of females.
More for those who don't know him, more bow ribbons.
Bows, yes, always a bow on the head. That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, y'all may go ahead.
Thank you. Well, that was a very exciting,
Incidentally,
exciting
this is
break for me as well. I've never, as I was telling Carrie, I've never heard such an ovation for auditing, so I'm very excited.
some of these displays are static, but when you go to theirs, it's live, real time.
That's
You
correct.
see the coming and going of all the stuff, which is, they think I know it. I fake them out like I know what they're doing. I have
No
no
worries,
idea.
and we greatly appreciate it either way. So moving on really quickly, I won't bore you with the tremendous amount of static content, that sort of thing. What I'd really like to convey moving forward as well is this is all real time. You're seeing just an image of it, but we have people looking at this from the moment they start working to the end. The technology is ongoing. We see the information real time as somebody is clicking on a link, clicking onto a website, a computer is connecting to a server within the network and outside of it. We see it real time, right? That helps us to immediately identify and alert. This right here is our security information and event management. What I'd really like to convey about this is It's a spectacular tool primarily because we collect threat intelligence on a daily basis from federal agencies, multi-state agencies, commercial agencies throughout the United States of the latest attacks, of the latest types of ransomware. We have well over 90 different strains of ransomware, the indicators of them within this, let's just call it a software, right? And this takes the information that we're putting in and verifying every day, and then it crosses it with all of the other information that's coming in from the schools, and it will alert immediately, per that previous example, saying, hey, this matches exactly this, and it's this type of potential ransomware or this type of malware, and then we immediately contact that school and their very specific technology coordinator or director and say, this internal computer is communicating with this external one. This is the type of malicious activity that's going on. It needs to be stopped. And then they will work with us to remediate that type of potential thing. And that happens real time as quickly as possible, because just because a computer has already started the process for what we would want to call, colloquially speaking, a countdown to that dire situation.
Not sure I understand.
See, the government's always trying to listen. But we do this as quickly as possible so that even if something was infected, it doesn't get to the point where it goes unnoticed for months on end and then eventually leads into a dire cataclysmic situation. So this allows us to add a multitude of different ransomware types, malware, everything that would just steal your information to lock everything down. We're also able to search for very specific things. And then, as I mentioned, we provide vulnerability scanning, which I won't have you read the entire slide, but what we do is we emulate that which attackers do, and they do reconnaissance of networks and say, oh, you've got this software, you've got, say, an iPhone, right? Well, it also has this vulnerability that just came out, and that gives me an avenue to be able to get into your network, right? That kind of concept. We do that for them, send it to them on a monthly basis in encrypted communication so that they can review it, secure their systems, and someone outside of their network isn't the wiser and has an avenue to then start an attack.
As I recall, when we visited, you credit all the money Dr. Mackey has, that you had recently had a significant upgrade in your technology and programs, because part of what my initial interest was that one of the districts in my system had a malware threat, and I went to see how you could, because then you intervened and helped them get some of their stuff back. So what was the significance of what Dr. Mackey bought you with our money?
What I bought them?
Yeah, you said you controlled all their money, Dr. Mackey.
Well,
I'm being facetious.
I
They
know. So in all fairness, I am, by virtue of office state superintendent, on the executive committee for the Supercomputer Authority. Me, I had to look at Deborah, the chancellor. There's like 3 of us that are by virtue of our office on there, and then there are some others too. So we do work very closely together. One of the things that we have done with them, and they've done it, but is this threat assessment piece that he mentioned. We felt like, we have to do threat assessment in state government. So our folks, if they don't do their threat assessment, their email gets locked up. You can't, and you don't have access. We have to do it to try to protect our system and network and keep us from, opening malicious emails. That's the most difficult problem. But school districts, most of them didn't do anything. And then some of them, they're small systems. They didn't have the capacity to do it. So Supercomputer Authority, we worked together. We went to the legislature together and said we need this. And the legislature funded it, but the money goes to Supercomputer Authority and they offer it for free. Now, Deborah, I look at you. I don't want to put you and Carrie on the spot, but I think it's optional. School districts don't have to do it. I will tell you, and I can't remember which state, but I saw this in one of the news clips recently, that one state has made it mandatory that anybody in a local school district that offers, that if they're working on the school system network, they have to do threat assessment. They have to go through the program and pass it, which again, we all have to do. That's a state rule for us on the state network, but there is not a rule for the districts. Am I right about that, Deborah?
You are. We provide it to every school, but we don't manage their use of it. We provide it and help them connect to that service so that they can have their employees.
Did you say you had 121 school systems? I thought I heard a number.
111.
Well, that's the number of firewalls that we have, but the service of the threat assessment goes
It's for everybody.
It's for everybody.
Available for everybody.
It's available for everybody, but we can't mandate that they do it, but we do have it there for them. Yes, so you were correct there.
Sorry.
And do we know, have any idea if there are 100,000 school employees? Some of them don't now. Some of them, like CMP workers or bus drivers, they don't necessarily have access to sign into the network. But do we have any idea how many have completed threat assessment? Or I'm not asking you to tell me that now. I guess what I'm asking is that something that's even searchable? We could find that out.
We don't get any reports on that because we feel like we are better hands off with that. So that's not really something that supercomputer wants to get that deep into who's taking what test. We could probably get to that through the vendor, but we have never asked for that. Is that correct, Victor? That we would be able to see it?
That is correct.
Yes.
But so the other thing, Dr. Reynolds, that was purchased, and they could tell you more, but during the COVID time when we had so many people going online, again, Deborah and I and Carrie worked together to upgrade some things. So I know they went to a next generation firewall, which is already talked about the Palo Alto, because we realized all of a sudden we were going to have teachers not just online, but they're not in our school buildings. They're on our network, but they're not on our buildings. And so we felt like there would be even more vulnerabilities. So it's a constant struggle. It's a constant fight. And some of you know. In fact, I believe in the last year, I can't remember exactly, I think some of you got a phishing email that looked like it was from me, saying that I had sent you something, and it wasn't a real email. Somebody had broken in and used what looked like my account to send something to you. I got one the other day that looked like the governor had sent it to me.
We get them all the time. And I let Nick know.
Yeah.
We get them all the time.
All the time. Yeah, gift card. Great.
So just, it's a nonstop. But those are the two big things I know that we've done.
Now, are our assembly computers, are they protected similarly? Because they're on the assembly network. Since I've got mine open here.
Wish Dave were here. Brandon, you could tell. So if you are connected, when you're on this network, I mean, you're in this building connected to this network, then we are obviously always monitoring our network. If you take your computer, and let's say you go to, a trip in St. Louis, and you attach to the Wi-Fi at the Holiday Inn in St. Louis, we are not monitoring what you're doing. You're not on our network, even though you've got a state device. But if you sign back in, so if you want to, well, it wouldn't matter for y'all, but like for me, I can sign into my account remotely and work on my documents that are in OneDrive. So that is because I'm signed into the network. Now I am, those things are being monitored. But your device could still be attacked if you're not on our state network. Well, so for instance, when I go home tonight, if I take my laptop and I'll check my email, I'm connected to my home Wi-Fi. So my email, yes, when I sign into the department's website and I'm checking my OneDrive, then that's being monitored. But my home Wi-Fi is not obviously being monitored by the state. So every time if I understand it right, and I'm not really technical, but they are trying to teach me. Every time we leave, the most secure environment is for us to all be signed on in this building. Every time we sign on from a different network, it's a little less secure, but we still are trying to protect our environment. And we also, one of the things that they do, supercomputer, if a school district gets attacked, then we close the tunnel. I don't know what that means, except it means that we shut down their connection to us so that virus or whatever can't get into our system. They're all nodding.
If they're signed up.
Even if they're not, even if they get internet through Charter or something, if they get a virus and we know it, as soon as we know about it, we close the tunnel and shut them off. Because we get to clarify that, Dr. Reynolds, we get our internet through the Supercomputer Authority. So we use them for our internet too. So they help us, we shut it down. Is that right?
My specific question is, Assembly is what many of us are using. Mm-hmm. It's connected somewhere to something. And if I go to my house tomorrow and sign on to my home Wi-Fi and connect to Assembly,
You're on the network.
You're on the, because you signed in.
Well, I hear a lot of answers.
Brandon, y'all tell me about that. Are you hearing this question?
Yes,
all the women told me I was, so I don't know if they're telling the truth.
Assembly is a
third-party
cloud-based subscription, third party to us, but with the agreements and everything, the contract, they talk about in their security compliance, and so Dave reviews that to ensure that whatever we would put on there is compliant to the standards that we need it to be.
So we don't host it.
Right.
But we don't put anything on it except they sign an agreement with us that they have as high security as we do.
Good, that's what I wanted to know, because that's where I could cause you a problem. Thank you. Keep going.
All right, I will.
Yep. 4 more minutes there.
Hey, no worries, I will do it.
Plus, you may stay after the legislatures leave. Some may have questions, board questions about some other environment. If you don't have to leave, Carrie has a long drive back then. That's good.
Well, I'm down to 3, so let's do this. So one of the other services we do is firewall reviews, and this is just to put it in the simplistic manner. It's important because this is something that controls what comes in and out of these school networks, but it gets forgotten often. So we have experienced network engineers and firewall engineers who will go through all of the settings and basically say, hey, this is no longer needed. These things are no longer good practices. You need to stop this. This isn't being used anymore. Let's close down all the open doors of a building so that it becomes secure, right? We do this annually, and that brings us to all of the services that we offer for free. A couple of things to conclude with before we get into questions is, as I mentioned, and I can't state this enough, defense in depth. It applies to Google, it applies to Walmart, it applies to every organization in the United States, especially the ones that might not be funded for technology, such as school districts, healthcare, etc. No one can do this alone. Unfortunately, the mindset is, it's mine, I just want to be able to control it. But really, it takes an entire team, multiple individuals dedicated to it. Our services are free to the school district and tailored for what they might need. If something's already extraordinarily covered, that's fine. One of the services that we offer might not be the best thing for them, but many of the others are. So let's just go with that, right? Also, as I've mentioned, we help with alerting as early as possible on malware and ransomware indicators of compromise for all of the schools who are accepting our services and participating with us. That is paramount for success. As soon as possible, start the containment and eradication as the terminologies indicate in this. We always provide the right intelligence into the right hands, meaning the coordinators, technology directors, we'll call them at home if need be, right? School day's over, but the threat's not over. So we will contact them and get them the information so they can make their changes immediately. And we've done so for what is going on almost 3 years essentially. We have well over 1,500 different types of notifications that we've sent of our various services to school districts. with that, I see Deborah's here, and I'm also ready for questions as well. Everybody's in awe, right?
I saw an article.
It's such great services.
I saw an article.
I agree.
I saw an article written by Trish Crane that dealt with, without going into some systems, could y'all have assisted or are you assisting with that problem? I think I sent the article to Chris, I think. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, are you, pardon me, you said the
Jefferson
article?
County.
Oh.
You're talking about Jefferson County situation.
So you can say Jefferson County, I just didn't want to say it.
I don't mind saying it.
Where they're down, their phones are down.
They're up, the phones are up now.
Are we? Good.
Yes, because I talked to the superintendent coming down, the phones are up now. The financial situation is stabilized because he said, I think, they had some work being done by you all and also an outside entity. But they're getting things done in phases.
Yeah, I spoke with the superintendent right after it happened.
He told me he had talked to you,
Yeah,
yes.
so I think they reached out to Victor and his team, and they were able to offer some advice, but
Yes.
because we didn't have equipment in place, we couldn't actually see what was going on. But I think Victor and his team offered some
They
help.
did, beyond what they already had contracted with someone else to do. So, yes.
Yes, correct, and to just kind of wrap this up as well in terms of what I've already explained, what we're hoping that we can get people to accept is the assistance so that it doesn't get to that point, right? Everybody wants control over their own networks, over their own processes. Nobody wants to be told what to do, but this is a good example of how early warning, a lot of attention, etc., can help prevent dire outcomes.
Right. And one thing that I've noticed, I know I was in DC a few weeks ago because my son-in-law is in cybersecurity, is that having these systems are very important. But when you talk about ransomware, you can't necessarily be preventive if it's going to happen. But once it occurs, we then have to be reactive, and that's what you all assist us in doing. Am I correct?
It's
To a
very
certain
close.
degree?
Yeah, to
Very
some
close.
degree, in the sense that
Because if it's going to be an attack, it's going to happen anyway. But by having these systems in place, it then allows it not to be effective. I guess that's what I'm basically trying to say.
correct, and I think one of the main things to emphasize is ransomware in itself is not the first step and last step all combined, right? Ransomware is the end outcome. There are, just like I've mentioned, an email with an attachment,
Right.
somebody's
Text
password
message.
being stolen, multitude of different steps that have to happen,
Yes.
right?
Right.
Before it gets to the point where somebody can then effect a payload that encrypts everything.
Right.
So, in a sense, everybody's always trying to stop that possible ransomware
Yes.
with all of the different things that we've mentioned here so that it doesn't get to
that
the
point. Okay.
last point where now everything is encrypted. Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ignore, what you said, Deborah, is making me look to Dr. Mackey, so excuse me. So so are we aware of which school systems may not take advantage of that? Have you been in touch, and do they understand what the availability, and is it slowly diminishing in number and becoming more?
They are, it's, I mean, I don't want to speak for them, but essentially the districts that don't take advantage is because most of them are in a competitive internet area, so they can get a better price from somebody else. So, and that's not to say about ASA's price, but remember, ASA is a semi-state agency. Say semi-state agency. It's a corporation set up by the state, and they have to provide. You know, they're providing internet to somebody in downtown Birmingham that's right by a node, and they're providing internet to a school that is on the end, or a health center, or a public library that's on the end of the line on a rural post. And so that they have to obviously average that cost because it's free to everybody. Okay, if you're a school and you're just right next to the node, you might have 2 or 3 people that can offer you internet, and they're bidding for a price. So they can get, so that's what superintendents have told me. Well, we don't use them because we can get it cheaper. But I have been very adamant that we would like to get everybody using ASA because, one, we can better coordinate and control what's going on. We can see it because we have a direct connection.
A little bit of humor with the seriousness of our relationship. So whomever, you go first.
Well,
And I think you said you have to leave at 1:45.
well, I've got several people that came with me that keep my clock, so they'll tell us when we have to go, but.
All right, well,
But
thank you very much for coming.
We're glad to be with you, Dr. Reynolds. Thank you very much. And let me first off say how much I appreciate your willingness to engage and serve in public service. It is to be commended. We all recognize that. There's a sacrifice in being willing to take your intellect and your time and be able to apply it in a public opportunity. And so thank you for your willingness to do that. I know that Senator Singleton and I both feel that way. I tell you what I'd like to do is just give you a little bit of an update, and you all are working on some of that as well. But we navigated through that, got that finished, worked on getting a lot of legislation introduced. We had a little bit of a spring break for the legislature, and then we came back last week very aggressive with a lot of legislation. One of the biggest priorities we had were incentives. We have a package of 4 bills that are the incentives that have to be reviewed before July of this year in recruitment of industry to the state of Alabama. And so that 4-bill package, the senator and I are both carrying portions of that package. So we have worked on that tirelessly with the Department of Commerce, Governor's Office, legislative members. And so we were able to move those bills this week. I think we'll probably finish up with those incentive bills next week. We had some other important bills. Today is in Alabama Military Appreciation Day. So we had some legislation specifically for military. The Lieutenant Governor's kind of led that effort. So that you are aware, Alabama has positioned itself significantly at the top of the list with the Department of Defense in regards to favored state status related to how we approach military families, opportunities for them and military personnel and staff, as well as veterans. Alabama has more veterans per capita than any state in the nation. And so we have been very aggressive with that legislation. 22 pieces of legislation passed for the legislature in a window of 24 months. So the last 2 years, and now we are number 2 in 50 states on favored status for the Department of Defense in regards to the way that we take care of children, spouses of military personnel, as well as veterans. And that's super important to our budget, your budget, in regards to the fact that even just one institution of military institution in the state of Alabama, Redstone Arsenal, has a budget of $18 billion annually. So the fact that the military is a huge part of Alabama's economy is significant. So we've been focused on that. That's something that we've done today. Moving forward, we'll have a lot of other pieces of legislation that are going to be important to members. We'll be working on budgets. You all know we're navigating through. Alabama's economy is very robust, thankfully. Inflation is hurting us terribly. I know it's hurting you as we're trying to deal with the bonds, those kinds of things, a lot of capital projects, and that's been tough. But we're going to have a general fund budget, an education budget, and then the surpluses that are in the Education Trust Fund as a supplemental. We'll be managing, dealing with all that. I've seen a lot of organic growth amongst the legislature to kind of say, hey, these are the things we think are important. These are areas that we feel like we need to be focused on. So those are some of the topics we're going to be trying to manage. I think next week, finishing the incentives is going to be our priority, and then we'll then be moving on to deep and wide budget discussions that I know are going to be important to you. So that's a little bit about where we've been, what we're doing, where we are. So kind of give you that as the lay of the land. And I'll give the floor to my colleague, let him talk about anything he wants to talk about.
Well, I certainly want to thank you all for inviting us over here today. This is quite interesting. I was hoping that we didn't have to miss this time again. I think we tried to schedule it once again, and we didn't get an opportunity to do so. Because this is important that we engage in these conversations. Because I've been one of those advocates to say that in the last 10 years or so, that we have not really gotten any real strong policy out of the state board. It's always been the legislature who has been pushing the education agenda. I want to see education get in front of education again. Because we send you policy that are unfunded. Sometimes we send you policy that you have to implement, that you all have to go out and make work. And so it's just all about our ideas. I would love to see more of a plan state board in terms of what's your in the legislation, and the Superintendent Mackey does an excellent job in what we're working with. But a lot of those directions are coming from us. I'd like to hear some of you all plans and how we can work together in solving some of the problems that we see. And futuristically, how do we move the state of Alabama forward? I'm tired of being number 50. We continue to do number 50 things, we're going to be number 50. Let's do some of number 1 things, you know? Let's look at what those states are doing at number 1, and why can't we duplicate something else? It's almost like saying we got the best, we put a policy on and say that every child must be reading by 3rd grade. Everybody must be doing that. That is perfect. Every child should be reading. But at the end of the day, we said we got the best pre-K program, but what's happening from pre-K to 3rd grade? What's happening with that big drop? We need to be talking about that, studying that. The reason why the drop-off is, and what can we do to make it better? It might not always be about throwing money at it. It may be just about how do we build programs around it to make it work. And so that's what I want to see, because I live in an area where a lot of my schools are in poverty districts, and if you follow the poverty map across the state, that's where the failing schools are. And I don't like that. My children are smart, they have the ability to do, but they can't do it without the flexibility that's needed. So we need to turn around, give more professional development, pay teachers a higher salary, do it on need basis, something. Have a plan to turn around these schools is what I want us to start engaging in conversation and be very, very intentional about it. Because I think we talk about it, but we're not intentional. And we have to be much more intentional about getting and solving these problems than we are just talking about it. And so, I set up right now as a senator. I've created an organization called Black Belt Scholars. And what we do, we're doing a STEM camp, but also for Saturday academies, I got retired teachers that are coming back out to teach these babies how to read in all 6 of my counties right now on a Saturday. And trying to fill that gap, because when the pandemic was going on in my district, we had no internet. We had no ability to be able to stay in school and do the thing. So my babies are behind 2 grades already. So they're going to need more intervention than just the school system. They're going to need that extra work outside the school system. So the superintendents go in and they identify 40 of their most needed children, and we're taking on those 40 most needed children every Saturday morning with retired teachers and coaches and all, and bringing them back into a program. And so I'm out there raising money to do that. And we have money that's coming in the budget, like the leader said, that will help do those things. The school system's got money to do that. But it's going to need more intervention than just the school system. It's going to take the community. And I think that's what we got to do. But we got to have those kind of conversations and how we turn these schools around and move them forward so that we cannot be number 50 forever. We got to be number 1. If we want to retain talent in the state of Alabama, we got to start being number 1 at something. And education is going to be that thing that's going to help draw the industry, going to help us conceal hospitals, going to bring in more of these military contracts, because they need to know that they have the workforce to do it. We can't have North Alabama growing exponentially, South Alabama doing what they're doing, East Alabama and West Alabama don't grow. We got to have all of Alabama to grow and for us to be number 1. I'll turn it back over to my leader.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, and I appreciate and echo your thoughts. Let me give you some specifics on some things that I hear from legislators and some of the responses that I give, and I think this is important, and I hope you agree. Last night I had a conversation. I was at dinner with the international president of Airbus. So they had an event here in Montgomery. They had their local leadership from Mobile. They were here, and Mayor of Mobile was there, and we had an opportunity. And he was incredibly complimentary of Alabama. But he did talk about the topic of education being a recruitment issue for them in Mobile. And he said, we want to be able to improve that. What are you all doing about trying to improve that? So I launched into the conversation with things that we've done very aggressively on the Numeracy Act, the Literacy Act, the Teams program, programs on retention of teachers, you know, I mean, what the legislature did last year in regards to teachers, especially advanced, well, are, I want to say, been there a long time, okay? Mature teachers, okay? Teachers that have experienced teachers. Seasoned. Thank you, I appreciate that. You know, I've got a couple of teachers, guys and girls, that are in my church, okay, back in Jasper. One lady been teaching 16 years, one guy been teaching, I think, 19 years, and they told me that the raise they got as a result of what we did, I mean, they were like backflips, how excited they were. And the idea that they would even contemplate going home or doing something different, that is not even on their radar any longer. And so the retention that we've been able to accomplish with some of those things is super important. However, as I was telling the gentleman from Airbus, who was asking questions as he travels the globe about comparing different educational opportunities, I thought, in the legislature, what happens a lot of times, maybe what happens with the state school board, is that, oh my goodness, we've got an idea, but everybody wants to have a new idea like 5 minutes ago, okay? And so one of the things that I've said to some of my colleagues that are interested in choice themes and topics, and I hear that and I understand that, and we've already got some of that with charter schools and with the AAA legislation and things that have some good statistical data about how they're working in certain areas. And they're talking about issues with failing schools, and I understand that. I think the way we define that, what we do with report card, not a report card, and all that, some of that, it's not really accurate in describing what's really going on in some of these schools. And I think some focus on principles, which is the man or woman that is driving that school, that we need them to do a good job, and candidly, if they're not, they need to be gone. I mean, you have got to have a leader wherever they are. It's a business, it's a church committee, it's a, you name it. If the leader of the group is not really aggressive in trying to be able to accomplish what is the goals of the body, then that's a problem. But the one thing that I've tried to say to my colleagues too is, slow down a minute. Slow down a minute. I mean, the Numeracy Act and the Literacy Act, these things are just getting started, and we're just barely into some statistical data that you all, Dr. Mackey, is able to provide that looks very positive, okay? So let's not change the game just to be doing something, and that's an issue that the leader and I have to manage within working with our colleagues, because they have pressure from parents back home, from educators back home, and those in those communities are saying, I don't like this, or I'm not happy with this, so do something. You do something. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You hear that exact same thing, okay? So I just think that at some level, we've got to be patient to recognize that some of the things that are ours to be proud of already that we've done have enough time to actually work, okay? Now, what do we need in trying to help manage that expectation against the backdrop of pressure and trying to allow people to be patient? It's data, it's statistical detail. It's being able to say, here's the example, here's the example, here's the example. It's working, it's working, it's working. If it's not, we need to know that too, so we can change something or do something different. But I think the answer is that on some of these topics that are so important, they are going to work. And if we can train the educators well enough to implement, and if we can keep the program going in one direction without a modification long enough to see some outcome, then we're going to be able to have ourselves in a much better place. So that doesn't mean that some of these other topics we're talking about are not important. You know, one of the issues that I hear from a number of legislators, I know this is a national theme, it's to understand curriculum. Mom and dad want to know, what are you teaching my kid, okay? And I don't know that that's one thing that's been discussed across the street at the State House. What is the methodology for that to happen? How can mom and dad know that? And whose responsibility is it to tell them? Now, of course, mom and dad are calling legislators, so that's why we're talking about all this. But really, it's local school boards that need to be responsible for providing some of that data. Maybe you all are responsible at a certain level of providing some of that data in regards to what's important to, parents as far as transparency and understanding, hey, this is what kids are being taught. So those are just some of my thoughts, some ideas that I've had, things that I'm sharing with you that we're trying to do, I'm trying to do as president of the Senate, and also letting you know some of the needs that we have. If I'm going to be able to hold the line on helping educators get to a point of a critical mass of enough data to say what we decided to do is working, I've got to have some more help in being able to do that. I've got to be able to allow legislators to know what educators are doing and thinking and what the outcomes are with children, so that, hey, we're in a good place. Just, be patient. We're going to do some of these things. So those are some of my thoughts.
If I may say, that these two gentlemen are both great to work with, and they, of course, have a lot of influence with their colleagues. That's why they're leadership. But we hear that too, and it's like you said, so the Numeracy Act, y'all passed last year, there's a lot of money with it, and Dr. Anderson's back there, leads that work. She's working on it every day. And we've got some legislators involved. One particularly, not the senator, but Representative Baker, who's one of the sponsors, participates in all those meetings. But I've already been asked, well, how's the coaching going? Well, the money for the coaching didn't start till October. The first coaches won't be employed. They'll be employed this summer to go out next fall. And that's one of the struggles. I hear what you're saying, because we hear that too. It takes time. Like, those coaches won't even be in the schools till next fall. And so they're, as they begin to do the work, it's the right bill, it's the right plan. The task force is doing the work, but it does take some time before we see that. Now, as you said, though, thank you for that. Our initial data, even what we've already done, and certainly what we've done in literacy, we're seeing the numbers of kids reading on grade level going up. We're seeing proficiency levels going up. So those things are headed in the right direction. But I would submit to you, anything, if there are folks we need to help, everybody's an example, to give them some, well, here's where we were, and here's where we are, and here's where we're going to be. We'll be glad to produce that. We're working on some internal reports right now. I've asked people to get it in the most concise way possible, because people can't read a 40-page white paper. That'll be tools by the end of this spring that you can use, and we're going to use in marketing what we are doing. And we think that'll help. We don't want to produce things that y'all end up saying, well, that's not, this is still written, this is written for educators. I need something written for a business person coming in to read. So if they're...
I said the same thing to them, in that I apologize that you don't know our plan, and that it hasn't been fully offered to you. Those plans obviously have been built out, or being built out. I think our Office of School Improvement is doing a wonderful job. I think we've got some very basic data where we can show the number of schools that moved just in the last year off of that lowest performing list, and they're improving. And we're even now providing support continually so they don't slide back on the list. So I think we've got some very good data that we could share with you, that you could actually give to constituents. I do. I just simply give them the number when they say we're last, and I say, no, we just had improvement. We're 40th now in math, and we've never been scored that well on the NAEP in math. So.
Okay.
Exactly.
I have never heard that. What you just said, I did not. That's great news.
So we'll take care of that.
Alabama is improving greatly, and everywhere I go, I share the amazing successes that we're seeing in our schools. And I'm just terribly sorry that you're not getting that information from us, but we're going to do better.
And in light of what
better, and
you
we
said,
want to.
You said recognizing the military. today, coincidentally, we had a recognition for all the schools that support military.
Awesome.
We call it Purple Star.
But I would also like to correct some things that have been said. And some of my colleagues have actually been in education at the grassroots level, the ground level. And a lot of what you shared is actually the responsibility of local school boards. If you don't put the pressure on them and you put the responsibility back on the state school board, you will never see that kind of success that you're hoping for. I have seen that in the past. Back in 1995, the state of Alabama, the legislature, passed a law that actually created an accountability system, and Alabama actually was higher than 40th. Now, the way that the NAEP scores, part of the reason is because, and Dr. Mackey knows this, when the states readjusted, Alabama bumped up, but in actually one category we went down, and we stayed the same, but other states went down. So NAEP is the National Assessment of Education Progress, is actually an assessment that was never intended to be used as an accountability measure. But Alabama did do better in the past, because I remember the first time I ever campaigned, I was saying we need to be in the middle and not, and it was actually higher than 40. It was like 40, we were at 38, 39 at some point. But part of our problem, and it's started to happen now all the time, not just from teachers, but parents. Some of the laws that you've passed most recently conflict with a lot of the policies that we've had in place, and some of the laws that were already put in place by the legislature. For prime example is what happened recently with the task force, the Literacy Act, the textbooks, and so forth, and I'm sure you're aware of that. When you pass these laws, having watched it over 28 plus years and having reported about it covering the legislature before then, part of the problem is a disconnect in you don't ask us. When we were working together before, for the first 18, somebody mentioned 10 years, for the first 18 years of my
principal of that school is the motivator. Now, the teacher in that classroom is the best thing there. If that principal runs that whole program, I've experienced it, I know it. And when the salaries were given to teachers who had a lot of years' experience, there are many principals whose contract is not adjusted to a teacher's salary. So they didn't get
questions? Yes, ma'am.
I do, I have a
12 or 13?
I want to start by stating, this is something, I want us for once to look at something in a proactive versus reactive. And you know, one of my joys are going to all the schools and visiting and seeing what's going on and reading accounts about what's going around in the country. But and then what just happened in Pennsylvania, something has really come forth that really is a frightening aspect for our kids and their safety. And we've been hearing and things have happened about fentanyl, and we understand the dangers of fentanyl.
Is that what happened in Pennsylvania?
Come on to the table.
No. But what is now coming down the pike is called tranq. And don't ask me the scientific or medical, but it is an animal tranquilizer. But the kids are calling it, the street name is called tranq. And not only, so the tranq is easily obtainable. And it's just like fentanyl. Fentanyl has its medical use that is wonderful when used appropriately. Animal tranquilizers are a great thing when they're used appropriately, but they're not being used appropriately. And so the tranq, this is what's frightened me, is that we know that fentanyl, and this is my understanding, is that I know that fentanyl, and I applaud that we now have the availability of using Narcan. I think it's a nose spray or a, yeah. Thank you.
Narcan doesn't have.
And so you can, like, I walked around years with my little EpiPen because I had kids that would have anaphylactic shock. Well, I'd probably be walking around with Narcan. But what scares me is what I understand is tranq overdose is not undone, for lack of a better word, or reversed by the usage of Narcan. So I want to have knowledge. So I applaud. Thank you, Dr. Marshall, for coming. Because I don't want to hear, and we just heard about them dying in Pennsylvania with this. So it's not like it's that far off the beaten path. But when I speak to other people about it, they're going, what are you talking about? But I want our schools to be aware of another danger coming down the pike. All right, fentanyl, fall. But now we need to be thinking and listening for the words tranq from our counselors, our school nurses, our SOR. So that was my really major worry about the safety of our kids. So that's sort of a board concern, not a question.
Yeah, and we've talked, I know you and I have talked about that since the last board meeting. In fact, I think the first conversation was the day after the last board meeting. And since I've had a lot of conversations, I've also opened my ears, and it's now all over the news, this discussion about training. Ms. Marshall, of course, she's got the bee's ear for all those school nurses. I know it's something they're very concerned about. I do want to say this is unrelated and tranq is not involved, but we do, one of the reasons Dr. Chestnut's out, she and I were out in the hallway, is we've had a possible situation at one of the high schools in her district of an overdose. So we've been dealing with that for the last hour through text, and then she and I talked to the superintendent. Well, I'm not going to say any more details about it, but there is a developing situation. The students are not in life-threatening situation. And medical's involved. I'm sure Brenda knows more about it than I do.
The lead nurse called me, and she was telling me about the Narcan that they had to use 3 doses and 911, and so they sent the student to the ER. And I told her when I finish, I would give her a call back to do follow-up, to make sure that we have those items replaced back to them, because it's important, to do that.
Yeah, it is, and so I don't want this to anybody to think, or media folks to say, oh my gosh, they're talking about tranq, and tranq's been used in school. It's not that, but we do have an overdose situation. We're dealing, as we've talked about before, with a societal problem, not a school problem. It's a societal problem that is leaking into our schools.
Right.
And very worried about the next drug coming, because Narcan does not work on the tranquilizer. And I will even as long as we want to depress ourselves, we make it worse. With Dr. Harris, yesterday morning, the day before, on a panel, we were presenting on a panel, and one of their real concerns now are these synthetic marijuana type drugs that are being created in the lab.
The fentanyl, and that was the problem with the gummies.
And so there's multiple issues out there. Again, they're not school problems, but they're coming into our schools. So I don't know, Ms. Marshall, you might can give us some hints on the things we are doing.
Yes.
You say we are replacing Narcan when they use it in school.
We have a wonderful partnership through mental health. When we were very proactive years ago, seeing the problem coming up with the opioids and the race, to get to the finish line. We're not there yet, but we are ahead of most states that we now stop. We have a standing order to stop Narcan in every one of our schools. Because when we noticed that the fentanyl was coming in rainbow colors, I talked with Dr. Landers and I said it's important for our babies in the elementary schools because all overdoses are not done, on purpose. Right. Some things are accidentally done. And so if our children are there in their primary program, they needed access to the medicine. And through funding from the company, they donated to the program 580 doses. However, the mental health department wrote the grant. They don't distribute the drug. It is distributed through Jefferson County. So I worked out an agreement with Jefferson County Health Department. They have provided Narcan for every school in Jefferson County. And so the ads and the news release came from us partnering and collaborating to get all of these doses donated so that any school perhaps that were in areas that could not afford it, they to have the opportunity to stop. And every time one is used, we make sure that we replace that for them. However, some schools do have funds to pay for them, but most of our schools, have the donations in place.
May I ask one question on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the Narcan that, say, the first responders have on the truck is the same strength as the Narcan that our school nurses? You said that child needed 3.
Well,
does that mean, and I understand it might have been a more serious situation, but is the Narcan of less dosage or less, I'm not medical.
That's a great question. They come in 4 milligram doses. However, the company that has now donated to us, they're coming in 8 milligram doses. So 1 dose can very well be used, and then, it would suffice if they had to repeat it. So they are only using 1 dose because they up the strength of it and made it 8 milligrams instead of 4 milligrams, and that works. Okay. But in this situation, they had to use 3 of the doses to reverse it.
But to get back to the trank,
yes,
so I guess what I want is that our school nurses or whomever else, because the SROs, your school counselors, your mentors, volunteer, whatever, usually have the ear of the kids, and if they start hearing the word trank or this, that, I just think we need to be more on an awareness trend than a reactive trend and saying, oh my gosh, it's here and we're losing kids. So would you mind explaining your way of communicating to your school nurses what's going to place?
Yes, ma'am. We're very proactive and very trendy, and what we try to do, like you say, is with our peers, we listen to them. When there's a trust issue, and most of our students trust nurses to come in, and they are sounding the alarm for us. And so things that we don't know. And so immediately, we send an alert out. And I do it every morning with the lead nurses, send the word out to them and tell them what's trending right now. Okay. These are the things you listen for. These are the side effects. And then we have team call meetings to make sure that everyone is collaborating on the same page. And then we bring our school counselors in. We work with our SRO.
I did it backwards. So.
I did it. And so we have to have a whole community working, because most of the things like Dr. Mackey talked about, it starts in the community and it filtrates to our schools. And so then we have to be the recipients of those problems.
So if a child, if they say their first initial thought would be fentanyl possibly as an overdose, but then when they give the Narcan and it doesn't respond, and it might be trank.
And I be
Do
trained.
they know what, is it just a 911 and get them the help they need immediately? Is there any other intervention action that we need?
Yeah, and those are the things that we talk about. So when you take the Narcan and you try to reverse it and it does not happen, and with a sternum rub they do not awake, then we have to perceive that there's another drug on board. And then, of course, we already have activated 911 because we would do that after we gave the Narcan anyway.
Regardless.
So at that point, the tranq is a sedative, and it lasts 6 to 8 hours in your system. So then it depresses their respiration. So having that Narcan still should be used, you know, in case of, because we don't know what the chances are. Even if we had a diabetic student that had a hypoglycemic reaction and we didn't know it was drugs or whatever, we would use that Narcan because it does not have an effect. If it doesn't reverse it, it does not have an adverse effect.
It doesn't hurt it at all. Okay.
Exactly. But these are the things that we remain trendy about talking, and we're always using our eagle vision to anticipate and be proactive in those things. So having great partnerships to make sure that our schools get those things that we need. And one of our slogans is every child, every chance, every day, thanks to Dr. Mackey and the strategic plan. So we wear them out with that. But our thing is keeping students, every student, healthy, safe while learning. That is the ultimate goal. And I think that is a common denominator for anybody that works in education. So we work across the board with everyone.
What does it look like? Is it a pill or is it?
It's both. It's in pill form, it's in powder form, it's in liquid. But the one thing that people don't know about tranq is this. It is a tranquilizer for animals, but it's necrotic. That means that it will rot your tissues. So those that shoot it up in heroin, they lose their limbs. If you're snorting it, it goes internally, and it just makes their tissues necrose, and that means to die. And so we need to, it's about education now, because it's not just will it affect or when it happens. That is one of the biggest side effects of xylazine. You know, that is the strongest one that we have. Of course, they use ketamine, which is also a tranquilizer, but it does not have the potency that the xylazine have because it intensifies the illicit drug that people are seeking for that high, you know, but it destroys the tissues.
Well, I heard about it and it scared me, and then I investigated, and when I heard that the Narcan would not, what was the word again? Reverse the...
Yes, it's not the antidote.
Yeah, the antidote. It worried me that we need to be ahead of this game because we don't want to lose any of our kids. Exactly. And knowledge is power, as we always say, but I applaud that you're keeping your nurses and including the resource officers, the counselors, the nurses, and the teachers. I mean, we all need to be aware. So thank you. I appreciate it.
And kudos to our sheriff department, because when the school readily don't have it, they'll take theirs over, give it to them, and we replace the sheriff's departments with the doses that they gave to the schools.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else on health care? Well, we've got Miss Marshall here, because she will do it. Now you have, just to update everybody, so she's of course now our lead nurse. We did hire you somebody else, right? You wrote
nurse
this.
manager, Crystal Russell. She started in January. Thank you for that. Yes.
I do have a question. From your position, where do you see most of these problems as far as demographically? The children, the socioeconomic level, the location, all of these different things. They have to have some resources, but a lot of this stuff is cheap. And the cheaper, of course, the more dangerous in so many cases. But somehow they have access to enough money to buy or have others who can plant it. But where are you seeing the biggest problems? And what is the biggest problem? Is it or is it something else as far as...
When you say problem, are you referring to Narcan?
Basically, everything that Jackie was alluding to, the problems that we see, like what has happened in Selma, can we anticipate that? And from where you are, where do you see the problems? Well, the most,
It doesn't discriminate,
Frequently.
so it's not even about a geographic region.
Right.
It's not about economics. It's about people. We're living in a different society where they're inquisitive about trying things, and then it's just word of mouth. And what many people don't understand, everybody want to know what's the best high that I can get, and that's the conversation. So it's not about poor, it's not about rich, it's affluent or anything. It's affecting this entire country that we live in and the world, because actually train started in Puerto Rico, you know, in the Brazilian area, and it has migrated, but it's not new. It came in 2006. However, we see an abundance of it in Philadelphia, you know, being the hub of it. Why Philadelphia? I don't have the answer for that, but since 2015, the numbers have climbed. And so we know that if it's already here in America, it's just a matter of time. But how many other people are already doing it here in Alabama? That question I don't have the answer to either.
Yeah, and that's what I'd love to have as far as our own state, and if you see it more, for example, in the metropolitan or urban areas. One of our daughters is a hospital pharmacist in California, and usually you see the wave coming from California, and a lot of that is because it comes in through the San Diego area and just moves up the coast. In Philadelphia, I would say that a lot of it probably has to do with a lot of gang activity, just guessing. But where we see a lot of gang activity, what she's seeing out there, and she has to carry she puts together the crash carts, and she sees a lot of young people as young as 10 coming in, and they're having to deal with, on an emergency basis, trying to save lives, and they will code about 4 or 5 times because they have to figure out what they've taken. But the wave is tremendous in that part of the country, but we're not immune by any means. And that's what
it depends on the hub and how you traffic the drugs into the state. And right now in Atlanta, you know, trafficking drugs is a big issue because of the accessibility to the highway, the freeway system. And so, you know, it's just about how easy it is to get it into this country. But I'm glad you made one statement. One of the hardest problems is that the train drug has not been tested. So therefore, if we did a panel 7, meaning that if someone came and we drew blood work, it's not going to pick up that in their bloodstream because our system is not designed yet to even pick that up. Even when someone died from the overdose, even if they were doing an autopsy and the toxicology report, it would not pick that up. So there are a lot of deaths that we're now associating with Trent because it wasn't the opioid that killed them. So now they're going back to say these were possible overdoses from the Trent drug.
And do you see a lot of the cases, just following up as far as what Jackie has already said, in Alabama? Do you see that?
Actually, when I put the alert out, we were mainly concerned about our schools. So far, there are no cases that we've noticed in our schools. And talking to Dr. Landis, we have not had any reported cases. That doesn't mean that they're not there. We have no data to gauge it by. But if it's anywhere, it's probably all over. It's just a matter of when it presents itself.
Do you track those occurrences from the school nurses?
We track the number of times that we use the naloxone, which is Narcan, to reverse the drugs. The emergency rooms, we do what we call an unusual occurrence form. They send a copy to me, and they keep a copy for their system. And that is our way of trying to gather any data. Because what we have to do is then, you know, speak with our superintendents on the local level, as well as the counselors, as well as any SRO in the school systems and our police officers, because now it's like all hands on deck, you know, so that we can all be on the same page, watching the same things. And most of our data will come from police officers that, you know, really live or they patrol in the community that let us know up front what we need to be looking for.
Communication.
It's definitely that.
Well, thank you again, I appreciate it, I feel a lot
Yes,
better.
ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great work.
Great work.
Thank you, great work.
It is hard, and it does, we see if there are more problems in the community, then more problems spill over into the school. So a lot of it's working with law enforcement too.
Some school systems are more discreet in disclosing it.
I was about to say, there are problems in some districts that never get reported.
Right.
Because they go to private physicians. I know it's in. You have another question,
I
ma'am?
do. Where are we on the science adoption timeline? You know, where,
So,
yeah,
yes.
we were given it, but
Uh-huh.
where are we?
We,
Because things delay, sometimes it moves a little bit
No,
slower.
they're moving along. They were in here last week. Dennis Coe, Dr. Coe at Dothan
So
City
you're saying
Schools.
the committee was here?
The committee was here last week. Yeah, they're here, they're every month, they're for a
Right.
couple of days working. But they were in town last week, actually dropped by and talked to the middle school group, talked to Dr. Coe, who's leading the work. And I asked him about, we didn't firm this up, but probably coming in June to the work session and giving us an update on just where they are. Now, the standards won't be ready, but it'll be that kind of an update on the progression. I've got some of Kathy is not with us. Kathy Jones does the course study work. We've got some folks here that may know more, but they are on track to be presented to the board at the end of this year, I think in November, the November work session. But I'm not certain about that. It could be December, but it'll be the end of the year. The last time we did science, Daniel Boyd chaired that committee, and they were
The new superintendent in Ottawa
the new
County.
superintendent in Ottawa County for a while at least. I think he took a calendar with only a couple of pages with it, but
Yeah.
they are. The last time they were in a pretty good. We're kind of on the same timeline. They were almost finished in October because I remember Dr. Boyd came and presented the superintendents kind of the outframe in October, and then I think presented the document itself to the board in November that year. But it'll be either November or December for an adoption in the winter. We will start the textbook process then. You'll probably be asked to appoint people to the Science Textbook Committee by the end of 2023. And that process will start in early 24. And we will start the social studies. This fall, you'll be appointing a social studies committee to start that work also. So in 24, we'll have two big projects going on. We'll be doing science textbooks and social studies course of study at the same time. And then, of course, social studies textbooks the next year. But they are moving along. There's no significant issues. When I dropped in on the middle school group, it's interesting. They're talking about exactly the things you'd think middle school teachers would be talking about with science. But as far as unless something has come up they just didn't want me to know about, there's no real delays. We're on that timeline. Okay. Now, what I'll do, I'm looking at Dr. Shields back there and Ms. Martin. We'll get you an updated timeline, but I don't exactly when we plan to do that. And I do think he's going to be able to come in June, or somebody from the committee come in June and just kind of talk about the progress and where we are, and if there are any significant changes. I do not think, and I don't want to predict something because there might be something, again, I don't know about, but like with math, that was big. They've had a big change because we swapped geometry and algebra 1. There was so that meant this whole ripple effect about other courses and when the pre-algebra was taught and all that. I don't think there is any discussion in science about like swapping the sequence of courses. If there is, they've not raised it all the way up yet. But
and if they do, we'll probably hear about it in the June.
We would hear about it in June because they would have to know by then if they're going to predict, not predict, but suggest changing courses around.
Okay.
Another question, ma'am?
I do. This is my last one. And I was reading about where there was a question about the EAT supplemental, and that it was a line item that might be eliminated, but we're going to be able for the the systems to use instead of it? Because I know they use that for, where's my notes, wait a minute.
So it's,
Maintenance, school security, technology, I mean, I know they've used it and they've been dependent upon it, but I heard, I don't know if it's true, that they're talking about eliminating that in lieu of.
so there's no bill proposed to eliminate it. That's news to me.
Okay.
The Advancement Technology Fund is fully funded.
Okay.
Now, there has been talk about creating another savings account in addition to the 3 savings accounts we have.
Okay.
But there's no legislation proposed to do that I've seen.
Okay.
There's none proposed, none filed. We do not have, I think, Tina, I don't know if Tina and Brandon know, but we do not have an A&T appropriation bill yet. So that may be what you're talking about. So the money is there. I've not heard any talk about doing away with it, but the legislature does have to appropriate that money to us so we then can give it to the schools.
Right.
At this time, I've not seen an A&T appropriation.
Okay.
So let me give you an example. That money goes into a fund, has to go out to the schools. But last year, the legislature only appropriated 50% of the fund to the schools, and they saved the other 50%. That's not gone anywhere. It's still sitting there. It's in the A&T fund, so it eventually has to go to schools. But they only appropriated 50%. This year, there's thus far not a bill to appropriate any of the money. And I don't know for sure what that would mean. And here's where this gets deeper. So as you know, there is a supplemental appropriation. The A&T is appropriated in the supplemental appropriation. When the governor sent over her supplemental budget, she did not include the A&T appropriation in it. Doesn't mean it won't be done, but it's not part of the supplemental budget. But there is, almost $1 billion being appropriated out. So there's been some talk about this year they would not appropriate the A&T money, but they would use this huge supplemental instead and save the A&T money so if next year there's a shortfall.
Okay.
But nobody's verified that to me, but at this time we do not have an A&T appropriation bill.
Okay.
The supplemental bill that the governor sent over that's been filed would give $604 million to districts that could be used for construction projects, just like it were bond money, but it's not borrowed. $40 million for fleet renewal to buy new buses, and then some other smaller amounts. So there is no technology money. There's a $10 million safety grant, and there's a $10 million CCR grant to improve the levels of college and career readiness that we talked about. So there's actually $25 million, $10 million in the supplemental, and $15 million in the regular 24 budget. And the difference, the essential difference is when the supplemental bill's passed, that money's available immediately, whereas the 24 budget's not available until October 1st. So that's really not a problem for us. We can't suck up $25 million in 3 months. So it would be part of it available in the first quarter, and then the rest would come later. But I think that's probably what you've heard, is that there is no A&T appropriation bill at this time.
Okay. So,
If they have learned to live on it, I'm smiling because we always say A&T money is year-to-year money.
Yeah.
But some of them have done things like hired SROs with it. And if they've done that and that money doesn't come, then they'll have to hire it from a different pot.
So it makes them a little nervous.
Yeah. So there is some
Anyhow, that's what I had
concern
heard,
about
and they
that.
had some concerns, and they just asked me to ask.
I'm glad.
And I
Any
meant
other
to ask.
questions, Ms. Ziegler?
That was it for me.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, I have one that came to mind after listening to the gentleman today.
Which gentleman? We had several.
Legislators.
The legislature.
Okay.
And we heard the Senate leadership, and then previously we heard the House leadership. mention, what are you going to do with these schools that keep being on the lower,
Right.
whatever percent? And, it really concerns me, they might be thinking about shoving something out. So do we need to start thinking in that direction? So that we can present them a plan of what, apparently it's a real question for them.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we're, these two they're great folks to work with, but of course we're always working on communication. I mean, you know, I've presented had a whole huge presentation over our NAEP improvements to the legislature, but they both said they had not seen it. So I'm not, but you know, so we're always communicating. That our OSI team, when we have a plan and we have shown that it works, but we still had some schools that didn't show the improvement, so we're moving them to the next level. So I will tell you this, those folks sitting back there on the back row are very aware of this, and they are working on a new way to communicate the plan to the legislature, and we'll roll that out to you too. Because it's there, the frustration is, but if people don't see it, you know, it's just like anything else, something that's, if it's not been heard, just because it was said doesn't mean it's communicated. So we are working on that. There also is a strong discussion in the legislature to raise principal pay. And that's something that I've been asked a lot of questions about, so that was very poignant, because they understand that it's hard to keep principals in some, especially in these most challenged schools, because
Especially if they're a math or a science teacher.
yeah, we have math and science teachers or assistant principals at least, and maybe some principals that left leadership and went back to the classroom. But anyway, it's a point well made.
But Dr. Mackey, don't we have laws already in place that are designed to facilitate any kind of intervention? Unless they've changed them, we've had laws in place starting way back, but they've changed them a little bit. But ultimately, you have the authority to ultimately intervene, make a recommendation to the state school board, and we would vote it up or down.
Right.
But we have a quote plan. They pretty much prescribed it for us.
We do have, obviously we just finished Montgomery County a couple of years ago. We can do school system takeover.
We've done Selma.
But what I hear today, but in talking to them individually, is about individual schools, not school districts. So in other words, you have a, you know, if we have a district right now that has, well north of here, that has, I mean, a lot of good schools, a lot of middle level schools. We have 3 schools that really are struggling. And they're working closely with us. So there's not a reason to take over the whole school district and set the school board aside. And I think what they're wanting is, but what are we doing to make sure that if any of those schools are saying, you know what, our kids are not doing so well and we don't care, what are we doing to turn the screws on them? Which we are, but we got to communicate that.
But that goes back to you, and that's because they have given that job to you to recommend to us for intervention, and it does allow for individual schools. But a lot of it's already in place. Some of it maybe they can tweak, but if they keep on piling more and more, I don't know.
We're
Where do you
not for piling
start?
more and more, that's for
No,
sure.
where do you start? Because you've got to figure out what they've done. But the biggest problem is that, and I do agree with some of what they've said, in that it takes action, but a lot of that action has to start with your recommendation and then the board. Because I was not ready completely to let Montgomery County go up, but I understood that they needed to move forward with the new superintendent and some of the other things that they've been able to do as a result of releasing them. But I think that's where I know the department knows the law that allows for intervention, And if that is the case, let's do something. Let's move forward and use what is already in place so that they don't start creating more that creates more problems and more delays as a result as well.
Dr.
May I
Mackey,
have-
I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Just a quick question. Along with the Accountability Act, even though we have schools that we know move off of the lower list, the failing list, is it not true that we still will have 6% at the bottom?
Accountability
Always,
Act, yes.
So
You know,
I'm saying, you know.
They did it.
Accountability Act is just so poorly written.
It is.
And so I've really pushed with them, and I hope y'all will too, so there is talk about changing the Accountability Act and not eliminating it. But one of the things that I have been very vocal about, talking to legislators, and I know I've said it to at least some of you have asked me about it, is to do away with the failing schools list and instead talk about the report card score. So if they want to have this scholarship program or whatever, and you relate it back to the score on the report card, because there will always be a bottom 6% no matter what happens. And that is only achievement. So it doesn't include the whole scope of what's going on in the school. It doesn't give them any growth points if they're growing. But the report card does. And so if we tie it to the report card, there are schools that might say, you know, if they're looking up the wall, and like I can't easily quickly get out of this bottom 6%, but I can do these things. I can demonstrate growth in 3rd grade. I can demonstrate growth in 4th grade, and therefore move from an F to a D to a C, which is why some people, you know, they say, well, how can a school be in this bottom 6% or bottom 10%, but they're a C school? It's because they're showing remarkable growth in very difficult, high-poverty communities. And so one thing they could do is just shift that language and do away with this bottom 6%. That was designed to humiliate schools. Sure. That's the only reason. It was designed to humiliate schools and to cause frustration and problems in high-poverty communities, so it could be used as an excuse to fund scholarships. And I have said this, I'm saying it again. I've been saying it for years. So that's one thing. The second thing they could do is if they want the scholarship program, it's limited to $30 million. It doesn't have to be tied to the schools. So what we see is that the way it's written, those scholarships are offered first to children who live in a zone that's a quote failing school. Most of them don't go to public school anyway. They're private school kids who qualify for the scholarships. But most people don't live in those zones, because it says after, I think it's May 15th, if the scholarships aren't claimed, then they can go to other kids, which is what happens mostly. So this trigger mechanism humiliates schools, but it does nothing to actually, it's not even the actual trigger mechanism for the schools, but we are, you know, I'm hoping there'll be something. There's been rumors about a bill being filed. I've not seen a bill, so I don't know if it will, but you're right. That there's always the bottom 6%, and the way it's measured is an unfair measurement too, in my opinion.
Well, it's a defeatist mentality, and if you're a successful teacher, and that's who we really need in these places that are challenging, why would you go there if it's already, you know, it's never going to work?
I think Dr. Chestnut had a question.
Well, I'm sitting back thinking about, we've had 4 people to come here, 4 legislators, and they basically all said the same thing. That I know that the State Department and the various departments are working diligently. However, if it's not clear what's happening, then, like you said, the perception is that we don't have a plan. And so I know that I'm hoping that maybe next month or the next month, just a draft of the plan can be brought forward. Because if you are doing the things, and I've seen and I've heard a lot that's going on, but if no one else knows, then all they know is we're just out here wandering. So we've got to write our own story And basically what they've said was, we need to take the lead. They're creating laws because we're not taking the lead as state board members. And so my question is, I know that we're working on the plan. Do we have a projected date when it will be presented, the simplified version? Because I know we have a plan, but if people don't understand it or can't see it clearly, it's just like it doesn't exist.
And I've been saying this over and over again, but I don't think it's clear as to what I'm saying, because I know that Dr. Shields, you and Ms. Short, I know when it comes to reading, you have a plan. But the fact that no one is seeing it, it's almost as if we don't have a plan. And I know with math, the same thing. We're working on a plan. And I think to see those things, we're making improvements. It's obvious with what you all are doing. But I think if it's clear,
right,
and everyone can see what it is, then with the leadership, over and over again, what is your plan? And we have a plan, but it's beyond that strategic plan that we need to be able to show to people.
It's about the presentation.
Well, it's like we're cheating ourselves.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to exercise some option. And that is, I heard earlier discussions, and I agree that most of the legislators and most of us don't look at it as a school system-wide problem. But some of us, and you and I, we're former superintendents, we know sometimes you just can't seem to make the school work. And I think the premise that I think Ms. Bell was proposing or talking about is your option to intercede even within the school system, to take over a school, because some administrations and school boards can't deal with it, and they have to revert to the strength and power of the higher authority, which is you and us. So, and that's what I've heard. I think in the speech that you and I heard at Yellowhammer, both Senator Reed and the speaker talked about the fact that we can't solve all these problems in short term, but we have an expectation of attacking. And I know you say that the failing schools report card was designed, and of course we know who our mutual friend helped design that, former superintendent. But it seems to me that you can reach into some schools, because there are some school systems that there is no other place to go except that school in many counties. And I think that it was either Senator Reed or Nathaniel Ledbetter that said, and named a specific county, which was not even, and he said, there's no place to go. Maybe with Marion, I forgot. I shouldn't mention that because it might have been that not accurate. But there has to be some mechanism where we say, through the school improvement plan and others, it's just not working. You can't.
Sir,
and I told you I wouldn't say anything, but I lied to you.
No, I think that when you summed it up, but it ultimately, buck stops with the state school superintendent, because we can't just do it independently as board. We have to have that recommendation. But the authority, if you look at the law, there's a lot there if we just use it.
I think Ms. Madden had a question.
My comment is, if we could, I'm sure all these board members go to different organizations and speak, as I have been doing this past
Never.
2 months, whatever. And I happen to have the information about the test scores, because that was one thing that I shared at the last chamber meeting that I was at. If I have some talking points, and I don't need many, but if you could get me some talking points, then I think it's our responsibility as a school board to do our part. And I may not have done my part in that because I might not really know the correct talking point, but if you could get me some, I'm in.
We used to have one. It would fold up really small and you could stick it in your pocket.
We've got it, we'll get it out. We've still got it. We'll see that in quick fast. Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't hurt sometimes. You can go up and running, but.
Dr. Chestnut, let me not, Dr. Shields won't, may I ask her?
Chomping at the bit back here, but but just so that you know, our office is actually, we really took to heart a lot of the conversations because there is so much amazing work. I know Dr. Mackey made a great point at a couple of board meetings back saying it's really a plan of plans because some plans are so driven by law. So there are some things we are compelled to do because law requires that. And that's not just state law, we have federal law through ESSA. And so while we want to have that standardization and consistency of expectation, there are just certain things that we have to make sure that we are able to address those very specifics. So each office is, I was just looking at them and sitting around today, has created exactly what you're talking about, a series of what are the incentives, what are the resources, what are the plans to give you a series of talking points because there are so many moving parts, and even as I came into this role, I knew that would help me to know exactly what has transpired, what is the data showing, and in terms of some of the conversation you're talking about, what's next, that's where we are right now, is how are we going to put all of these beautiful pieces together to create a true tapestry of support that is very, as someone said earlier, one of our gentlemen, we are not trying to do more. We're trying to do less with greater focus. We really want our schools to be able to just breathe and be able to sink into each of these initiatives in a way that we can really see growth instead of change in their paradigm every few years, every few months. So we will get that to you as soon as possible. We will just, the English teacher may wanted to give it another good go.
We probably do a presentation in May, you think?
That would be.
Even if
Because I know
Dr.
they've been
Chestnut
working
said it's
on it.
not finished, but we can get the.
And they said they've been working on it. You told me last month you were working
Dr.
on it.
Chestnut has comments and I
We're working
know
daily on it.
she's gonna explode if I don't recognize it.
Yep. You just answered it, and like I said, we keep hearing the same thing. And so, because we're not moving, laws are being created all around us. And, I want to just give kudos to the department. You're doing the work, but if no one knows, we've got to present something, and make it a priority. I mean, we're in a critical time. And of course, a lot of the school systems that you all are talking about, they're in my district. And so I'm concerned. The children in my district don't get a second chance. They can't wait. And so if we can give this a sense of urgency, all the way down to what are we doing when what we've done hasn't worked? What kind of resources are we providing to support those school districts that have not succeeded the way that we want to beyond what has already taken place? And so I believe that the time is critical. It just seems like the needs are just piling up. But we've got to do something and move forward. It concerns me, and I'll just keep asking and keep, so I'm not going to go away or stop asking. But now I will say this, because I'm hearing just from what you all are saying, we're looking more about going in a punitive direction. And I don't have a problem with people being held accountable if they have been given the support that they need, the resources that they need. And so when we can show that that has taken place, accountability should be our ultimate goal all the time. But let's make the priority providing evidence that there is a plan, showing where the progress is being made, even showing where the progress is not being made, and what are we going to do in those areas where we don't see what we're looking for. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you very much.
The next, when Paul was here and he talked about part of the ESSA law, and our plan is we will be moving next year to CSIR. So we'll be more restrictive on the schools that have not shown improvement. Remember what he said, they've not shown improvement since the baseline, their baseline year. The thing is, that's very, very, very few schools. One of the things that, like principal development's important. Again, I think there's maybe a bill on principal development and principal pay, but to try to get the pay up. That's one thing we can't do. We can do the PD, but we can't pay them more for the PD, so we have to work with the legislature to get that piece. But nobody in this table, I don't think, has asked me, but some people have said, well, you need to go into these 10 schools that didn't make significant growth and just fire the principals. Well, they can't keep a principal anyway. I mean, we are working to get good principals in there.
That's part of the problem.
One of those schools had an excellent principal, a very difficult, very hard inner city school. It was a very good principal. And this is in the Jefferson County area. And one of the suburban schools came in and snatched that principal up, paid them more money, and now they teach, they're in a suburban school, they're not in that inner city school. So we're already seeing a new principal every year in those schools. Threatening somebody and saying, hey, if you don't do a good job, we're going to fire you at Christmas is not a way to attract high-quality people. You have to give them resources. And so I am more about resources and support. Now, for people who don't do it, I have hard conversations every week with superintendents. I don't call the media and say, I've had a hard conversation with this superintendent and better get their act together on this thing or that thing. But we do that, but I'm not out to embarrass them. I'm just trying to light a fire under them. So we'll keep working on that. Yes.
Might clarify, the model that I would see using is what the board did with Montgomery County. You didn't fire everybody, you didn't dismiss them, but you gave intense oversight.
Yeah.
And perhaps that's what
push the board aside and they elected
no, I'm
a new
not
board.
pushing anybody aside.
But that's what we did.
Well, that's what we do. When we take over intervention, we simply disempower the school board. And we become
the
school
superintendent
board. The superintendent
aside,
becomes
you pushed
the school board.
you didn't just push the school board aside. That happened before I got
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we did. And then when they got a new board, had a new election, they got their finances in control.
Well, that could be a model.
We had a process for them to select a superintendent, and then we let them select their own superintendent, but we made sure they had a process in place to select when they got a high quality superintendent.
But
Now
back
they're
to that,
moving on.
I know it came back to release them at one time, and the board decided not to. And I think the initial request, they didn't get released as early as they wanted.
That may have been before my time. I
Well, it
don't
was,
know.
and it was also not brought officially to where it was quiet as far as
That may have been-
I think they came to the work session, or I don't remember. There was, since I was on there, a consideration and a decision to delay.
They were just not ready.
I don't know. That could have been before me. We
No, I
did
think
come
we
to a
were
place.
before.
I made a recommendation. And I think it was unanimous to release it.
No, this was the
But
land.
coming soon, Dr. Reynolds.
Oh,
No,
oh,
I
no,
just-
this is,
We're working on it.
because he told it like it is, he went on in that. Sorry,
Yes.
Miss Martin shared with me, I had a concern about the schools that were on the failing list and had come off. The types of things, we talk about, we know the people in the department are working hard, and they are. But I think the board overall needs to be aware, you shared with me, of the types of things you all do to continue support once they get off, so they won't get back on. So maybe if you could do a presentation for that for us in May, to let the others see what you continue to do, so they won't get back on the list.
We can include that, Dr. Mackey, in the presentation overview about the draft plan that we already have. And also just to add a little bit, each one of the laws that we're basically referencing that connects to our plan and that identifies strategies and support that should be in place for the schools that are, say, full support, limited support. There are pieces in there that has a strong, I should say, accountability structure in those laws. For instance, we have a document that's of pillars For instance, with ESSA, when you don't do what you need to do and you're not showing the necessary improvement, it shows the categories that those schools and not the district will move to. And that's one of those CSIRs. And you have more rigorous support, you have more deliberate supports that those schools will have to do. The same thing is with the Literacy Act. Those full support schools, when they're not making the necessary growth, there's another step in there that shows what will happen with those. So each one of those added laws, there is an accountability structure in there, and we're going to work to get that document that Tina has. We'll get that out so that you guys can see that, and that could also serve as some of the talking points that Ms. Manning was just referencing. So that will help with the messaging of how we got where we are, how some things are done with raw data, some are done with a combination of indicators. So Law A and Law B may not even look at the same thing. And that's kind of important that we know that when we're moving forward, that this one is looking at a combined score given your graduation rate, academic achievement, growth, CCR, whereas this one is just looking at raw proficiency. So they could look, you could be not on this list and be on this list. So you have different types of supports that are coming in. So we can get that document, and we'll share all of this next month in May during the work session so that we can get the plan cleared up and make certain we all have what we need to show that we are truly, the team on that back row all the way across is truly supporting schools in Alabama. The work is just great. And what we're trying not to do in the finalizing this plan is to make certain that we're not taking away from that support. Because we have boots on the ground. Those are the same individuals that we're pulling, trying to say, look at these plans, look at these plans. But we're gonna make certain that in May, we have that presentation for you.
Dr. Martin, thank you very much, and I think that would be very helpful. And the one thing I've begun to see from relationship with the legislature is, we all know the communication model. It's the sender, the medium, and the recipient. And somewhere between the sender and the medium, it's not being received, and it's not all our fault. And I think the point that I made to the senators, that sometimes the legislature is not paying attention to what we can do and allow us to do our job and take care of some funding sources. And I think there's some understanding of that.
Yes,
I hope so.
Thank you.
Ms. Manning, yes, ma'am.
I would like to say that when I'm in my counties, that I hear about those folks on the back row and how great they are. So anything I said was nothing against what they do.
No.
They tell me how good you are.
They're wonderful.
Do you know so-and-so?
I also know that the people who attempt to communicate with the legislature, who came over to me and said, they've got to go, Dr. Reynolds, get them out of here, are doing a good job too. And so we're, never mind. Any other questions?
It's a lot of people.
Yeah, I do have two.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to.
You have as many as you want, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. I may have 3 or 4 or 5. No. But going back to what they said, I think that I remember when I had Calhoun County, and there was a school that was actually, there had been a lot of intervention. My district has changed a lot. But at that time, they called it the war room. And I know of other schools that have the same thing. And that whole mentality, that thinking would actually probably help us, because you don't let these schools languish. So the thought that they're languishing and the appearance that they're languishing, so often it's limited by what the law specifies, and you have to follow the law in whatever area there is in terms of need. A lot of it has to do with things where the legislatures dropped the ball and they haven't provided the infrastructure that's necessary. But we need to be in a position where we see what's happening and we can show people. And that war room, several that I entered, were just so, I just walked in and they would point to different parts of it. And it was so easy to see and to understand, and maybe that would be helpful for
not only us, but also for legislators as we look to the future. The other question, because it came up, not because I'm targeting Dr. Mackey, but there was a discussion about the contract and when there would be a discussion about an evaluation or the automatic 3% raise. And then somebody mentioned something about, or I heard it somewhere about the pay at the local level and what was done originally with the contract, and that was pretty much Brian Taylor in the governor's office, who then your attorney, working on that contract. But one of the stipulations had to do with paying you a salary above the highest paid local superintendent at the time. That was part of the discussion.
Well, it didn't make it in the contract. I didn't know about that.
But if you recall, though, they didn't let us in the room. And so we were all sitting out there waiting to see what came out of the governor's attorney's discussion, and that was the contract that was presented. But what I'd like to see, just so we have the information, and I know they do it with some of the organizations, with AASD and some others, where they evaluate, and it's very open and local systems have to do it. But if you can give us, I could go on open whatever, checkbook.com or whatever we have at the state level. I can check everybody, you know, how much we've received in travel or how much you've received for your great big salary that we get or expense allowance. But it would be helpful, and I think it would be beneficial to everyone, especially the newer board members, to know how it has built from the original, what the original contract said, then you add the 3%, and I know, and I can't say that it, because I know what's added, and some of the salaries have additions in it, and do with other benefits, but at this point, what I could find was $291,000, and I was predicting based on my own math that it was about at the $300,000 range. If that's wrong, I need to know and not just go on the website to find out. It would be helpful, I think, for us to see how it develops with that automatic 3% raise. Because it's not stuck at the original amount.
So,
the travel should not count.
Contract, yeah.
No, I'm not saying it should. That's why they mix it in sometimes with some of the jobs.
I think all of you got a copy of my contract, but if you didn't, I'll get
No, I
Jason to send
requested
you
it
one.
because there were some questions. But what I'd like is the salary.
Okay.
The salary where it started with, under the contract, and then with the automatic raise that kicks in each year, so that we know exactly if somebody asks us how much are you paid, or if there's a question about, well, maybe we should look at more. That's not only beneficial for you, but it helps the board members, I think.
Okay, I'll get Jason. Jason's back there, he can get all that to you. I don't, so that my contract came, it was adopted in, I guess, May of 2018. So I started May 14, 2018. And I know it was the 14th because state government, you can only start on the 1st or the 16th, and it caused a great deal of consternation because there were 2 days they couldn't figure out how to pay me for those 2 days, and I said I will comp those 2 days to the government. But they did actually come back later, figure out a way. They worked through something across the street and got me paid, whatever. But so there are 2 things, that people, I won't say you, but get conflated. So one is, every year, on May the 14th, if the board has not acted to stop it, it rolls forward for 1 year until the natural end of the contract, which is 2028. It's all in the contract. Separate from that, I'm not subject to anything the state employees get or teachers get, or step raises, but in lieu of that, I get a 3% annual raise tied to not getting whatever it says in there, substantially insufficient evaluation. And so, which I thank y'all that I haven't gotten one. But they're 2 separate things. So the raise is automatic because the board approved my evaluation in December. The rollover, y'all still have one more opportunity if you don't want it to roll forward, but thank goodness nobody has mentioned that to me.
It's too late, we can't take action in a work session.
You can't take action in a work session, yeah, nobody brought it up, so it's not like I'm not trying to just be tongue-in-cheek about that. But, yeah, I'll get Jason to get that to you, it's not a problem. It's a strict salary and a housing allowance. The housing allowance doesn't go up when the salary, the 3% only applies to the salary, not the housing. It also says in there something about that I get sick leave and annual leave. I think it's a day a month. Y'all probably all know that's not actually true because we didn't know at the time. I didn't know at the time that I signed the contract that there's a state law that prevents the state superintendent from being able to get leave. So I don't accumulate any leave toward my eventual retirement. Only educated in the state that cannot accumulate leave.
That's terrible.
And there's something in there about that y'all would pay for my cell phone, but then the state also said they couldn't do that. So you don't do that either. So there are three benefits that are in there that I don't actually get because there were actually state rules that prevented it. But at the time the contract was being negotiated, it's got a severance clause. It says if any part of the contract is found to be not enforced, then it does affect the rest of the contract. So those are the only three things.
Well, and to clarify, we didn't negotiate as a board. The two attorneys negotiated with Dr. Mackey, and so sometimes there's an advantage if you have that with the board because somebody on the board could possibly have said, this may help, or if it was the problem, there were
y'all had a subcommittee. The governor, you, and Jeff Newman. I don't know about that, but y'all were appointed as a subcommittee.
The board didn't, let me ask you a question. I wasn't here.
No, I know, that's why I'm sharing this information.
As opposed to when I was a superintendent, the board did not ratify the contract?
No, we did, but we were not a part of the negotiation
The
because
board
the two
ratified
attorneys
the
went off
contract.
into a room and Jeff and I were sitting there going, okay.
Your choice
I thought we
would
were on a
have been,
committee.
your choice would have been to ratify or not ratify the contract.
Well, the board, ultimately, the majority of the board voted to approve the contract. And so the contract was signed by all of those who were in that little meeting with you all, with you.
Signed by me and the governor,
Right.
as president of the board.
Right.
We're the only two signatories. There was a subcommittee. I never was invited
We
into
didn't,
meetings.
we weren't either.
No, you
That's
and
what
I
was
know
so
it's you
funny.
and Mr. Newman and the
And the
governor.
governor.
But I can't say if y'all didn't meet. I was not a part of that.
No, we were left out. But
Right.
Jeff and I
Well,
were
Ms.
looking
Bell,
at
you
each other.
asked an even more intriguing question. You said that $18,000 that I get is not a salary?
No,
It's
it's by law, it's, unless they've changed it without telling us, it's called an expense allowance.
I need to tell my accountant and the VA because they counted that as a salary.
Well, it's
And I lost the
kind-
VA.
Well, taxes come out on it too, so.
Yeah, well, they take taxes like it is.
Well, they do a 1090, they do,
But go look at the language in the law, and
Well, then-
had nothing to do with that, because it preceded my tenure.
can our attorney take care of this for us, Dr.
But
Mackey?
I would like to make it clear, I have not asked anybody for a pay increase.
No,
And I'm
and
not
that's-
asking for it,
And no, I'm not trying
other
to
than the
say,
regular.
Well, I will make it clear, I'm the new board member.
yeah, and that's why I think it's helpful to
Yeah.
have the information. It's
Well,
not any
you want to know.
attack, it's just, and I think it
I'll make
helps.
sure he gets
It
it.
helps
I'm sure
you,
you
but
ran
also
for
helps all of the
$18,000.
new ones especially. Because I was
Well, that
there,
was 15.
and it was,
Is it
we were
18?
not in that subcommittee, and neither was the governor. She was
I don't
like, she
think
may
I
have been
did
at some
18.
point, but she would have been there with you, because we were left out completely.
Oh, okay.
So, but all of
There'll
that
be
is
a
to
message.
say, I think it would be helpful for people to know how it moved up from what the original amount was and where we are today. And make sure we have the pure information. I know other organizations do it within the state, local boards do it all the time. But it's a healthy thing, and it's not an attack at all. It's,
But these other superintendents have moved up too.
well, they have, and so that's where, if the board has information, I just remember, for example, the highest paid superintendent in the country was Dr. Carrie Wright from Mississippi, and she's been in touch and worked with all of us. She received at the time 300 and something thousand.
She went from Connecticut to Mississippi.
I
That's
know,
why they
which is
paid her
kind
so
of
much.
interesting. I've worked with her, but
I do
that-
too.
well, I mean, I'm served on the committee, so I kind of know who she is, and we were talking about that. But now, we're looking at a salary, I couldn't tell you without going to the open, Alabama.gov or whatever it is. But that's not even fair because sometimes that's not completely accurate.
That does include any travel reimbursement that month.
So, yeah, it's just,
Can we move the agenda? It's okay. Any other questions?
that's it. I just would like to have that.
No, fine, I understand, and I think that the commitment is to get you from the date of inception sequentially. Your request is to get the date of inception sequentially, the 3% raises up to the salary, which will start the 14th, when I'm on the way to.
But the salary is every year for.
I understand sequentially. Okay, can we go with the, is it all right, we move the agenda without objection? All right.
I said I had two, one,
Huh?
yes, or two.
We're good.
Okay, item 4. I think we have some folks here from Faulkner, and I think Dr. Sandy Ledwell is one of them. I don't know that this is a, Dr. Ledwell, if you want to come up to the table. So this is a pretty big, if you look at section 4, a pretty big request. I mean, obviously it's the beginning of a review. This is a review for ed prep programs at Faulkner University. By the way, glad to have Dr. Ledwell back with us from the higher ed side.
It's great to be here.
I got to see her yesterday at the Dean's meeting. But you see this is for some Class B, Class A alternative certificates. And then you see on the back, these are actually, some of these are programs. On the second page, I mean. Some of these are programs that Faulkner did offer. They closed them down because I think of lack of enrollment. And now they are wanting to bring these programs back. So they've done the programs before, they want to bring them back, and I think some of them are new programs. But anyway.
Computer science will be new.
Computer science.
And the English language, we're gonna look back at our studies about science of reading and all that stuff, I guess.
We will, so these are all,
Secondary.
these are all
6-12.
secondary.
Okay.
These are all secondary, so they won't affect that, the science of reading stuff. But actually yesterday, when I met with the deans, and Bonnie Short was with me, and Karen Anderson was with me, and that, Angela Martin, I guess I should credit everybody. But Bonnie and I were on a panel to talk to them about specifically K-3 reading instruction. And so they are, I think we were very clear that we wanted to work together, but they are going to have to be partners with us, or the bus is going to move on and leave them on the sidewalk for any institutions that want to do that. We don't have anybody that's saying we're not going to teach the science of reading. In fact, it's the exact opposite. They're reaching out and saying we want to do this. We need help.
You want to say what Dr. Wright said at Joe Morton's meeting when asked about the involvement of
institutions? Said that higher ed institutions move more slowly than the rest of us.
And that was her greatest difficulty.
But
well, I don't want to misquote her, but you tell me what she really said.
Well, no, you have quoted her, so I'll leave it there.
I said misquote.
I think, it's higher ed institutions move at their own pace for a lot of reasons. They're different institutions, and so, but I'm not, we only got Dr. Ledwell here, she can only speak for Faulkner. For Faulkner, I can assure you, no reticence whatsoever on whether they want to be completely involved in teaching the science of reading.
Okay, let's go to item 5 then.
Any questions for Dr. Ledwell? Anything?
You got to stay here this time.
It's fine. I'm happy to be here. Give you any information you need.
We're so pleased
So glad to have you
that
back.
we don't have questions.
So, you said the new one was computer.
Correct.
And the other ones are just bringing it back into the fold.
That's right. They've been closed since 2018, and one of the very first day I was there, that was the question from all the other deans and professors: when are we getting secondary back?
Okay.
That's it.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Item 5, resolution to appoint.
So item 5 is our textbook committee for career tech. Thank you, Dr. Ledwell, for
you.
career tech clusters, cosmetology and barbering, education and training, hospitality and tourism. You see a list of the people being recommended. These are very hard list to develop because there's such specific areas. We have people from every board district, and it's just hard to get people who have expertise in this, these really tight areas, more so than like social studies, who are willing to serve. But they do have a group here, and you see them. I don't really know most of these folks, so I don't know if any of you do, but this would be a recommendation to approve the textbook committee, and then they start the process in the fall. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Mackey, I would like to see someone from District 5 be assigned. Troy is no longer in District 5.
Oh, okay. Good point. So we will, what if we, we'll find somebody before we vote on it. If we find an appropriate person and we run that person by you before the May meeting, would you be okay with maybe going ahead and moving the agenda? But if we can't, then we'll just bring it back in June when we find somebody. Okay. Thank
Without
you.
objection, we will have it on the agenda with the request by Dr. Chestnut. Item 6.
Okay, now we're moving to recognition. So future teachers of Alabama, this is the month that we do the FTA recognition in May every year. You remember last year we had a group of young people who came and stood up front here with us. Don't know that we're going to have anybody this year to do that because we might have a group of young people to come in, but I don't know for sure where that is. But we recognize our future teacher organizations.
Item
7. Keep going. 7. These are our green ribbon schools. So Hoover City School System, Shades Mountain Elementary School is our only green ribbon school for the coming year. We named some for this year. This would be for 2023. Yeah.
Item 8.
8? Oh no, sorry. I thought there might be more.
Like Gulf Shores.
Sorry. So 8 is Gulf Shores, and is there another one? I'm so glad because I thought there was one from Baldwin County. I thought, well, I must be wrong. Yeah, one from Gulf Shores and one from Hoover. And then the 9 is to recognize Divya Nayak, Rock Scout Intermediate School, Hoover City School System, for the Bringing Our Missing Children. Oh, this is a student won this contest, Bringing Our Missing Children Home poster contest.
Right.
Yeah. And then 10 is Newton Elementary School. They are our only national elementary and secondary education act distinguished school. We used to call these Title I distinguished schools. And we only have, every year we recognize one. The U.S. Department of Ed recognizes one. They've already been to Washington or somewhere, I don't even think it's Washington, but somewhere to get their award, wherever the National Title I Conference was.
But isn't Piedmont one of those also?
No, I think they were the year before. We have one a year. I think Newton is the only one this year.
Piedmont
There's
is
11.
Piedmont is 11.
Oh, is it in there also?
11.
It's 11.
Okay. If you let me
Well,
move
wasn't I
quickly,
supposed to go there before? Okay, no, sir.
you let
Yes.
me keep moving. You
Move 10. 11's Piedmont. Okay,
I thought so.
got it?
Yep, got it.
And
They
then,
have categories this time, Dr. Mackey, and that's what you're making reference to. Previously, you didn't have categories, now they have categories. So that's why most of it was in one school.
Item
there you
12.
go. Thank you very much, Ms. Washington. Item 12 is resolution to modify certain scores as precondition for initial certification and program admission. These are, I believe, new tests. Malik is with us. He has spent the whole day with us back there. So we have somebody from Praxis who can answer any questions about it. It probably didn't want to be pointed out, but these are not just raising, these are new tests that replace old tests. Dr. Peacock.
That is correct. This is just my annual time to come to you when older tests are cycled out. New tests are brought in to keep up with the standards and make sure everything is properly aligned. So as you can see, looking through this list, this is the year for science. Most of the tests that are on here are science-related tests. We do have a couple of other areas, our library media, school counseling, and school psychologists. So the current tests that we are using will go away as of August 31st. They no longer exist. They can't take them. Praxis no longer will be utilizing those tests. So it's important that we move to these new current tests. So pretty much the norm of what we normally do here as far as cycling out the old and bringing in the new, but I'm certainly happy to answer questions about those. And of course, having my good friend Malik here as well, who can, answer questions.
And only general science actually went down in the new norm. Thank you, I think we understand. You did a great job last year.
Thank you.
Still, thanks. All right, number 13.
13 and then 14 are blank, and that's because these are not, is it 52?
Yeah.
So 13 and 14 will be our recognition of our Teacher of the Year and alternate Teacher of the Year. Ms. McCrae represents you on that selection committee. I don't know for sure if they've had their final meeting, but we'll have it in May. Obviously, we'll recognize that person. That'll be the big thing. We do have, if you've not seen yours, you should be getting a card like this.
I got it.
Upside down. Did y'all get them?
We got it.
So this is, so we assume that all of you are going to come, but if you'll just let us know, and mostly if you're bringing somebody else too. Governor Ivey is planning on being with us that night for the reception. It's just always really fabulous, nice time, and it's going to be at the Montgomery Museum of Fine Arts. So make sure, same place we've had the last couple of years, but not Shakespeare.
Teacher of the Year always has.
Well, I think it is now.
It is, yeah, across the pond from
You just go
the
from
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare to the.
Is the refreshments before or after
You would
the
realize.
presentation?
Refreshments will be before, so we'll start. It starts not here. We'll make sure, but I think we start refreshments at 6. The program then will be sometime between 6 to 8 here, like we'll say 7.
I remember
I don't know
having
for
eaten
sure.
afterward too, so that's okay.
And then some food left afterward too. So, but we'll get you exacts, but do let us know if something's coming up. That'll be a fantastic night, and we'll have you obviously the names before then. And then the last one there is the overall general recognition for all of the 16 finalists.
Which has been released
Who
to
are-
the public.
It's public. And most of those the systems have already done some things for them, but hopefully they'll all be with us that night.
Any other comments from the board members or community or Dr. Mackey?
No, sir? Oh,
I just want to share with everyone, Mr. Markham was kind enough to share with us where we are on the -1 SEM for our teachers with the practice score, how many it actually has brought to the forefront for certification. And I'm just going to share this with board members, and then perhaps next month we can just look at where we are. Thank you.
Whatever you want to do.
Okay.
You know, I'm not.
Thank you. And I'll give you all after.
You might have to send one to the 2 people that had to leave.
Okay, we will. Electronically, thank you.
We can send it to you electronically.
Okay.
In fact, we can do that, or we can load it in to send it to
Dr. Mackey, I don't want to cut you off.
No, sir.
Do you have any more report?
No, sir.
He's trying to.
That was hard
Oh, I didn't hear you.
No, I know you didn't. Every time
I sit next to it.
I can only imagine.
Well, I can call you back.
I can feel it.
All right, David. If that's supposed to be salary.
This lady.